Get ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
Good evening, Tom Maddox with ABC News. The regional Victorian city of Shepparton has recorded 12 new coronavirus cases as senior government ministers consider tougher lockdown measures. 11 family members of a man who tested positive to COVID-19 this morning have also contracted the virus. There are several new regional exposure sites, including in Bendigo. Earlier today, the Premier Daniel Andrews wouldn't rule out a regional lockdown. Senior ministers have met to discuss options to further clamp down on the state's outbreak, which grew by 55 local cases this morning. Western Australia will reclassify New South Wales as a COVID-19 extreme risk state from Thursday. Nick Perpich has more.
The 5-day rolling average of cases in New South Wales is now 531, triggering the reclassification up from high risk. The change will usher in the most severe state border restrictions seen in Australia since the start of the pandemic. Only certain Commonwealth and state officials or people with specialist jobs will be allowed into WA. Premier Mark McGowan urged West Australians to return before the deadline.
That means West Australians who want to come home need to do so now.
Travellers will need to have had at least one dose of a COVID vaccine as well as a recent negative test.
Police have issued preemptive public safety orders restricting the activity of the so-called agitators behind an anti-lockdown protest planned for Sydney's CBD tomorrow. Opponents of the COVID-19 measures have been using encrypted messaging apps to discuss another mass gathering after thousands converged illegally in the city last month. Deputy Commissioner Mal Lanyon says 1,400 officers are well prepared to prevent any gathering tomorrow.
We've been monitoring a lot of information which has told us about the potential tactics of those involved tomorrow. We've put plans in place to actually adjust to that and to be able to prevent that occurring.
The number of people infected with COVID-19 since the start of the pandemic has just passed 210 million. More than 4.3 million people have died. The world is currently grappling with the latest wave of the virus as the Delta variant continues to spread. The number of vaccine doses administered around the globe has now passed 4.8 billion. Federal Liberal backbencher John Alexander has called on his government to consider accepting more refugees from Afghanistan. Australia has agreed to reserve 3,000 places for Afghans fleeing the Taliban. Those places have been offered within the existing humanitarian intake. But Mr Alexander says Australia should accept refugees over and above that cap. He says there's precedent for creating additional places, like in 2015 when the then government created a one-off special humanitarian intake for Syrian and Iraqi refugees.
I think the discussion to say, look, there is a precedent, this is what we did for Syria, is this not what we should be doing for Afghanistan refugees?
In the AFL, four-time Hawthorn Premiership coach Alistair Clarkson is unsure about his football future on the eve of his last game at the helm of the club. Clarkson's 17-season tenure will come to an end tomorrow when the Hawks play Richmond at the MCG. Former captain Sam Mitchell is taking the reins under a controversial fast-tracked handover. Clarkson says he'll take a break from the game before deciding what to do next.
That spell might be for, in my case, it might be 12 months or 2 years, and it might be that it's forever. I don't know. I need to get into the next few weeks and just see where it all pans out for me.
The remainder of the Rugby Championship has been thrown into disarray after New Zealand Rugby announced they won't send the All Blacks to Perth for the third Bledisloe Cup match next weekend due to COVID concerns. Wallabies coach Dave Rennie says the Wallabies players are disappointed after committing to go to New Zealand for 2 matches.
They made a commitment to come here on the 21st, which they pushed back to the 28th, which now they're not coming. So it's hugely disappointing for obviously the Perth community, but really disappointing for our players too, because we're in limbo a little bit now too.
Tesla says it'll probably produce a humanoid robot prototype next year, designed for dangerous, repetitive or boring work that people don't like to do. CEO Elon Musk says the Tesla bot, which would be the height of an average human, would do jobs from attaching bolts to cars with a wrench to picking up groceries at shops. He says the robot would have profound implications for the economy and address labour shortages. To the weather, it reached 17 degrees in Melbourne today, a cloudy evening ahead. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 20 degrees. Sunday, mostly sunny and 21. ABC News.
Arts, politics and culture from a range of Indigenous perspectives. On Speaking Out.
We're seeing a lot of our people, young people, going away. We should be guiding them.
We must have a country to call our own.
A lot of our women were taking their children back into the bush and hiding.
Speaking Out with Larissa Berendt. Sundays at 9 p.m. on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Right boot from the top angle. Oh, yes.
What a high quality game this is. Tremendous.
It's so good to watch.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's a new day, new day, new day, beginning.
Gibbons runs onto it, gathers, Hardy gets the boundary, time Tillman.
Oh, no! That is a great goal.
Paddles it to his own advantage, bangs it up into the top deck.
Kick it inside forward 50. Massive boy! What a mark!
That's his trademark.
Snap from the pocket, splits the middle.
This game is going up a gear.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season.
He started it, he finishes it.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
For periods of this AFL season, the Western Bulldogs have looked the best team in the competition, but underwhelming recent performances have left them vulnerable. A top four spot no longer guaranteed. The Dogs' opponent, Port Adelaide, has an impressive tally, 16 wins from 21 matches, but the Power is yet to claim a statement win against the competition's top rung. Victory tonight would undoubtedly reframe the conversation around their premiership potential. It's a huge clash to kick off a mammoth round 23 in the AFL. Hello, I'm Alistair Nicholson. Great to have your company at Docklands. It is the Western Bulldogs and Port Adelaide. And we have this scenario where the top four teams in the competition are playing each other. And Melbourne tomorrow night will try and clinch the minor premiership for the first time since 1964. That, of course, the last time the D's won the premiership. The Dogs, if they lose tonight, they're vulnerable to Brisbane. Should the Lions defeat West Coast, they could go into the top four at the expense of the Western Bulldogs, while Port Adelaide, if you do the maths correctly and results fall their way, they win tonight and they can still win the minor premiership, something they did last season. It's going to be an absorbing final round of the home and away season. We hope you enjoy it with us on Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport. Kelly Underwood is here for Friday Night Footy. G'day, Kel.
G'day, Alistair. Finals begin. Let's just put the marker down now because we're going to have 5 weeks of fabulous football coming our way. It's been decades, I think, since the top four have played each other in the final round. So we've got box office games coming your way tonight, tomorrow night in Geelong. We've got emotional retirements. We've got inspirational leaders leaving this code that we love so much. We've been through the Olympics where we had the feel-good factor, and now I just feel like a couple of weeks of a lull, and now it's footy's time to shine. Over the next 5 weeks, I'm having a look out here. There is not one seat taken under the closed roof. Still feel so privileged to be able to sit here in the commentary box and bring our listeners all the action that's happening here. There's 50,000 empty seats. And Port Adelaide is out there training at the moment, just going through their preparations. And we're going to have Charlie Dixon at one end, Aaron Norton at the other, a couple of Brownlow favourites in the middle, Ollie Wines and Marcus Bontempelli. It just feels like this is the start of the next and final phase of footy, and we can't wait.
We've got quasi-qualifying finals, really, with these top four teams at the moment. The Western Bulldogs are just coming out onto the ground for a bit of a warm-up. The Power players are out there going through their paces at the moment as well. No late change for the Western Bulldogs or the Power. Josh Shackey is the medical sub for the Dogs. Sam Mays for Port Adelaide. The master coach, Mick Malthouse, is here. He loves this time of year. Mick, great to see you.
G'day, El, Kel, Lingy, Timmy, behave yourself on the bench. And for all our listeners, it is what a week. The AFL could not have orchestrated this any better than to outside of the crowds, and that's not their lookout, but to get top four sides, Kel, many years, you said? So
many years, Alistair, what are you saying?
I have a feeling it's 1953 was the last time that the top four played off in the final round.
Well, I can understand what a great year that was. So no, Collingwood.
Was that your 21st birthday, Nick?
Did win the premiership. Collingwood did win the premiership.
Now, happy birthday to you.
But they did. Collingwood won the premiership, didn't they?
That was his hint, Alistair.
Yeah, I think
they
right.
did. So I was a Collingwood supporter. Not in 1953, we didn't know they were there. But
happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you very much, Cal. I know you're trying to rub it in. I know you're trying to work out how old I am from that. I'll get you one day, don't worry.
I know.
I know you're 21 at the moment.
Our secret. Thank you, Mick. Continue on. Let's talk footy.
Well, the season, what a beauty. And the two bottom sides play off in the ninth game. So, I mean, it's irrelevant to many people, but it'll be so relevant to Adelaide and North Melbourne. But tonight, I'll say this, Lingy, the pressure is on Norton and Dixon to stand up because they've been a bit down, and Dixon does not really, he needs to step up with this side here. Then you've got the rucks. We don't know what the rucks are going to look like because we don't know whether Martin will come into the side at some stage. And we've got what you said, the midfield, and it's just topped up with great players. Can't wait.
Cameron Ling, good evening to you.
Good evening, Al. Yeah, great to be here. I'm looking forward to this one. I'm looking forward to tomorrow night. Throw in a little bit of Brisbane playing West Coast. Throw in Essendon, maybe making finals with playing against the old rivals Collingwood, who Collingwood would love to ruin Essendon's season. This is going to be a terrific round, Al. I'm looking forward to talking to an outstanding footballer and a very, very good assistant coach at Port Adelaide.
Well, I mentioned how much Mick Malthouse loved this time of year. Michael Voss absolutely made his mark at this time of year as a player as well, and he joins us on Grandstand AFL, the assistant coach from the Power. Michael, welcome to you.
Thank you. How could you hate it?
Oh, it's fantastic just as a fan, just as a spectator. What's the buzz like around the group? Obviously, it's a different environment without the crowds, but have you been able to generate that energy within the group?
Yeah, well, it's always nice to have that external influence of a crowd just to add to it. But, yeah, certainly there's an energy within, certain spirit. And, we've, we've had a very long year, very tough year. We're finishing quite well, and we want to make sure we finish the right way tonight.
There's been so much talk about, obviously you've accumulated this great record of 16 wins, 5 losses, but to beat some of the better teams in the competition is something that you haven't been able to do consistently yet. But as you say, your form is looking good. Do you feel like this is your opportunity to really lay a marker down tonight?
I would like to because, coming into finals, it's about building momentum and part of that momentum is, trying to get the job done tonight. So certainly if you get it done, you feel that little bit more confident coming in. Although having said that at the same time, if it doesn't eventuate, it doesn't really change your approach in the first week of the finals. We're positioned really good, we've qualified well, we've earned the right, and we'll throw everything at it when we get the chance.
Vossi, just from afar, we often just pontificate and chat about and debate whether or not coming into a game like this against a team where you may play them again even as short as next week, but perhaps even in a couple of weeks' time. Do you leave anything tucked away, hidden up the sleeve, or do we think about that too much and it's just a matter of going out there and playing the game on whatever terms are put in front of you?
No, I think we've got to take it at face value. We want to be in as good a form as we possibly can, and there's still things that we want to make sure that we consolidate as a team. I talked about momentum earlier, but there's some things within the way we want to play and what we've got coming up that we want to keep an eye on. With the last probably 4 weeks or so, we've played that extra tall, and that seems to be working really well for us against this type of opposition. Is that something to persist with? So there are still things that you want to make sure that you're getting out of the game, but largely if we walk away with 4 points, we're happier than ever.
Mickey, just Powell Pepper, has he fallen that far from favour that he just can't quite get in, or are you sending him back to get some match practice, or is he in your thoughts for the finals?
Oh, he certainly is in our thoughts for the finals, absolutely. He was just battling to get a hold of the ball a little bit, and you could sort of tell in the way he was playing was probably lacking a fair bit of confidence and, wasn't seeing as well as maybe that he should have. And he's gone back the last week and played really well. Unfortunately, we also played really well as a team, so it was going to be hard for him to come in. Motlop was the other player we considered. Obviously, Fantasia made way for him, but very much in our calculations, he's an absolute raging bull and provides an enormous amount of pressure for us. And come finals, the big bodies will come to the fore.
And Mickey, just on some of your kids, they've had really interrupted seasons through injury, and prior to their injuries, their form was outstanding. In fact, almost set you guys up. How far off do you think that Rosie, Dersma and Butters are off before they can hit the straps that they had prior to their injuries?
I think last week was a great indicator that they're getting much closer. And some instances that's with what they do with the ball. They're a bit tidier with the ball because they've got a few more games under their belt, but it's also how they run out the games. And obviously you can expect that they're probably going to lack a little bit of match fitness and lack the exposure at contests, but they've now had a few weeks at it. It's a great opportunity to be able to test themselves against a very, very good side. We feel like they'll be more than ready to go when we roll around next week.
Now I'm going to name this player, and I only name him because I know a bloke next to me is not going to name him because I know he's on the miss for All Australian. But Alira, how great has he been for you?
Oh, he's been enormous. I mean, the club was quite deliberate in its approach there. We talked about obviously improving the group with another interceptor in our team, and and you couldn't handpick a better version. I think it was it just worked out very well for us. We expect you to get some attention tonight, given the amount of intercepts he's had in the last couple of weeks. But I think his last couple of games, what's made him a little bit better version than even where he was at the start of this year, which was still in good form, was he's winning his share of one-on-one contests. He's marking the ball in contests as well as coming off his man. So maybe early on in the year he was getting a lot of them probably coming off his man and not getting done as much in contests, but he's been able to get both of them done the last couple of weeks, which has put him in some pretty good form.
Yeah, fantastic.
Vossi, if the cards fall your way and you do earn that home final, are you expecting next week to be at the Adelaide Oval?
Oh, we are. Yeah, we've certainly been told nothing else. But obviously we're probably only got the information that everyone else has at the moment, which is, it's likely to be in front of crowds, which means that it's more likely not to be in Melbourne. So, we'll obviously hopefully earn that right, and we certainly ask that very big question.
And Michael, obviously there's a bit to play out still around the MCG for the grand final, but so much of the discussion seems to revolve around Perth hosting a grand final if Melbourne can't. Are you surprised that the Adelaide Oval is not more prominent in that discussion?
Shocked. I'm really shocked. It's a venue that, matches any venue around Australia. I mean, obviously we've all got the soft spot for the MCG, and we'd all prefer the game to be played there. There's just something special about that. But yeah, when it comes to the conversation around stadiums around Australia and the experience that you get at any stadium, Adelaide Oval is just a magnificent stadium with just incredible amount of history, as we know, and provides an extraordinary atmosphere. So I am a little shocked that it doesn't come in the conversation because it's the equal of.
Michael Voss joining us on Grandstand AFL this evening. Michael, obviously your first priority is Port Adelaide's finals campaign, but there is also a vacant Collingwood job up for grabs at the moment. It's been reported that you've been interviewed at least once, maybe twice. You might be able to clarify, but are you still involved in this interview process at the moment?
I am at the moment. It's been obviously a little bit slower than maybe even they would like to go with it. There's obviously been some exceptional circumstances why that's the case, and they've been, going through the process and making sure they get in front of everybody, and that's been well and truly communicated to me, and I'm happy where things sit, and at the right time, we'll find out whether that means that there's another stage to go through. But in some ways, it, from my perspective, it hasn't been a bad thing because, obviously, as you said, we've got a job to do here, and it's a pretty important phase of the year for us, and just enables you to be able to have 100% of your concentration on what I do here, and that's ensuring that we get to the last week of September.
So you've had 2 interviews with them?
I won't confirm, but I've only confirmed the fact that I've been part of it and still part of it, and certainly haven't found out anything else. So until I find out otherwise, I believe I'm involved.
We heard this week Ross Lyon on TV said he had some reservations based on the off-field instability at the club at the moment. Do you have any reservations at all like that?
No, that's certainly not. Certainly tonight's not the night to answer something like that. and certainly from my perspective, any of those sorts of conversations will be done with the right people in front of me. So, there is a club that is obviously going through some change, and by going into that role, if you're the one that is successful, there'll be change that'll be taking place, and it's all to be able to launch him into the next phase and make him really successful in the next year or so. When there's some unrest, there's going to be some change, and there's going to be maybe some things that are going on that you'd like to see a little bit differently, but they'll figure it out and they'll work it out, and we'll just concentrate on what we need to be able to do here.
Michael Voss is with us. Michael, we appreciate you indulging us on this topic. It's obviously a topic of great interest at the moment, and people would love to see you return to senior coaching, many as well. Just one last one on it. What makes you feel like you're ready to enter back into senior coaching again? What have you learned? Have you changed the way you pitch, what you bring to the game at all since your last experience at trying out for senior jobs?
Well, I mean, the obvious answer is to say yes. I mean, it's been, 8 years since I finished up at Brisbane, and you just evolve as a coach. And Nick, you're not the same as what you were 8 years ago, and you evolve as a leader, and you become strong in your philosophies about what works and what doesn't work, and what you'd like to implement. And I guess the more you become sure in that, the more you believe that you're ready to be able to do it. And I guess time will tell whether I get that opportunity or not. But certainly what I've been able to do here at Port Adelaide is being able to put some of those things under Kenny's guidance here and put some of those philosophies in the program. He gives me great scope to do what I need to be able to do, and I love working with him.
Michael, thanks heaps for your time tonight. All the best. It's a fascinating final round of football, and your team's playing a very key part in all of it. So we appreciate you taking the time to have a chat with us.
No worries at all. Thanks, guys.
Good on you. Michael Voss there, assistant coach at the Port Adelaide Football Club on Grandstand AFL. So we're about half an hour away from the bounce here. No late change for either the Western Bulldogs or the Power. Josh Shackey is the medical sub for the Dogs, Sam Mays for Port Adelaide. So where does he sit, Michael Voss, do you think? He's had his time at Brisbane. He lost the position there. He's been in the frame at other clubs. He essentially backed out of the process at Carlton when David Teague was appointed, but I think he smelt the breeze there. That was a process when really it was all done and dusted around Teague, given the wave of momentum behind him, and interesting to see where Teague's positioned now. But where in the landscape does a Michael Voss sit?
Well, this is not to dismiss any of the other candidates for the job. I hope he gets it, because it shows a pathway that you can go and become a senior coach and ultimately not succeed at it and not be finished in the industry and just written off, have a black line through your name and you are done and dusted. He's gone away. He's learnt under a very, very good coach in Ken Hinkley. He's been patient with that learning. As he said, 8 years he's been at Port Adelaide. He's taken them, or been part of the team that's taken them to very close to the ultimate success and preliminary finals, etc. I like it as almost a philosophy for all those other coaches who don't succeed the first time around. Now, I don't want to finish him here and now, but if David Teague was to be sacked at the end of this year or the end of next year wasn't to work out, that doesn't mean David Teague shouldn't be coach again. And I feel bad using him as the example because he's still in a job. But even Matty Knights, who went to Geelong after Essendon, has done a wonderful job. There's no reason he can't coach again. Just because you don't quite get it right the first time doesn't mean you're a bad coach and you should never be senior coach again. So I hope he gets it.
Lingy, never a true word spoken. Most of the time in AFL football, they are young men thrust into a position because of how good they were as players. And then the committee said, you're a great player, you should be a great coach. And as he said, and I can categorically tell you this, every year that went by, you learned something new and you become a better coach because you've sampled highs and lows. In fact, if you've only had the one level where you go into a place and it's always up the top, you really don't. I've always said you've never coached until you've coached a bottom side. Now, bottom, I mean, not necessarily the 6th or 18th side, it could be around the bottom. Because what it makes you do then, it makes you challenge yourself, challenge people around you, you start to question all your theories and so forth, and then you can come out the other side. Michael Voss has done that. We've seen Lepage do it. You've said Knights, Guy McKenna, There's Australian rules football, unfortunately, that black line you're talking about, boards, media, whatever, put a line through it and they say, let's get someone new, but he's unproven. Whereas in this case, Michael Voss would have learnt so much, one, from his own experiences, two, he would have been then challenged. What he would have done, no doubt, would have gone, I learnt so much from Lee Matthews, who won premierships. Maybe that wasn't the way I should have been coaching. I remember Alan Jean saying to me, rang me up, I got the job at Footscray, and he said, make sure you coach your way. And I said, Alan, if I'm going to live and die by my sword, it's going to be by my sword. No one else's. It's going to be me. I've learnt so much from you, so much from Tommy Hafey and others. And if just a little story in between, like when I was under Jeans, his philosophy, and let's knock it right down to say the bottom line. Keep aside. He said, keep aside the 6, you kick 7, you win. Tommy said, kick 30, they won't kick 31. So I've gone, wow. There are different ways of winning premierships. Well, and so that's what you did then. You mixed and matched your own philosophies on top of these other coaches.
Well, Voss will have seen Ken Hinckley be completely different to Lee Matthews.
That's right. That would help him.
Completely different personality, everything, and that will help him.
Yeah. Did you feel for David Teague this week?
It was shocking. What he went through was, I remember walking into the office, I know it's not about me, walking in the office and who was the chairman, the CEO, what's his name, Trigg, said to me, you're out, you're finished. And I said, well, look, just do one thing. Make sure whoever comes in, make sure your president actually acknowledges him, because I haven't been acknowledged for 1 month. And he said to me, the president said, 3 weeks. I went, threw your hands out like this, and Trigg knew straight away. So all I'm saying about Teague is he has copped a bum steer. He has absolutely been given clearly no support. For him to get up and say, look, I wish it was better, he's being very nice about it. And for others to be dancing around, Lingy, as you said before, it is quite disgraceful.
So I watched David Teague this week, and he looks a man consigned to his fate, that he's now prepared to come out and say that they haven't got the process right, that he doesn't feel like he got enough support. Then in the background, and you were very careful the way you spoke about David Teague, Ross Lyon essentially dancing on his grave. That's what it felt like during the week. How did you view Lyon's preparedness now to come out and say that he is interested in the Carlton coaching job when the man who holds the job has not yet been told that he doesn't have it anymore?
And he's contracted for next year.
Well, there's a lot of football people that I've spoken to were disgusted by it.
But what about you?
I am. I just don't think it's not. You don't do that. We've all been coaches, and when you're a coach, you realise what other blokes are going through, and you're not always going to get it on your terms. And you just know the pressure on the family. We all forget this. The pressure on the families, the pressure on him, the pressure on the players, his close friends, his parents would be. They'd be resigned to the fact, as you said, or Al, you said, resigned to the fact that he's probably not going to be there after this weekend. But nonetheless, give him some support. Let it be a dignified exit, if it's going to be an exit at all. Support him all the way. See, when I used to leave players out at the end of the year, I never said I cut them. I hated the word cut. I said, we'll move on, because this is what will happen. I have got a different opinion of abilities from you. And because I'm coach, I'll run this way. So the player left with some dignity. I don't think T's going to leave with dignity intact, and that is a bloody disgrace.
What about the speculation this week? Jeff Walsh, you obviously worked alongside for a long time at Collingwood, and he's gone to Carlton to head up this review, that maybe he might take a senior position there. Is there a little bit of sort of Collingwood infiltrating at Carlton? And do you read between the tea leaves there and say, well, Ross Lyon's got this job if Clarko says no?
Well, we assume that Clarko's going to say no. We assume. The way I'm reading it, yes, that looks like being the case. Have they done their homework on everything? Jeff Walsh is a very good operator, but he left Collingwood once and then could he come back because he felt as if retirement wasn't his go. I've always said that when you do reviews in a football club, you want the answer because you know the answer. There's only been one of those that haven't worked out, and I think it was Eddie Maguire's own review of the last one, and that hurt him. So I reckon they knew what the review's going to think. Now, does Jeff Walsh... Does the review say that the football operations manager is not up to his job? And does in fact, Jeff Walsh take that role? That'll be very interesting. Does the combination of Lyon and Jeff Walsh work together? Well, that's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot to play out at Carlton. There's a lot to play out at Collingwood. There's a lot to play out on the field as well across the course of round 23 before the finals. As Kelly said, it feels like the finals have certainly come early. Coming up shortly on Grandstand AFL, Chris Grant, the Bulldogs legend.
The whole idea of bulldozers coming in and raising these beautiful houses.
In the process of some of her campaigns, she made a lot of enemies.
There's just too much money around.
She would not be intimidated.
Confronting revelations.
Guess what? I have found her.
Kieran McGee closes in on the truth.
I was quite prepared to say no to you.
I wonder what is the bottom of this story, and you wonder and you wonder and you wonder.
Hear Unravel True Crime, Juanita, on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
Right boot from the top angle. Oh, yes.
What a high quality game this is. Tremendous.
It's so good to watch.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's a new day, beginning.
Gibbons runs onto it, gathers hard against the boundary. Time Tillman.
Oh, no! That is a great goal.
Paddles it to his own advantage, bangs it up into the top deck.
Kick it inside forward 50. Massive void! What a mark!
That's his trademark.
Snap from the pocket, splits the middle.
This game is going up a gear.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season.
He started it, he finishes it.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
A couple of quasi-elimination finals, qualifying finals. We've got one hell of a round 23 of the home and away season before we get to the September action, which is coming this year a little bit early without the pre-finals bye. Tonight it is the Western Bulldogs looking to hang on to a spot in the AFL's top four, and Port Adelaide, a side looking to shift the discussion around their premiership capabilities. Can the Power take down one of the best teams in the competition and emerge as a genuine premiership threat? There's a bit to be decided on Grandstand AFL tonight. I'm Alistair Nicholson. I'll call the action alongside Kelly Underwood, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Tim Hodges will be down on the boundary. Chris Grant from the Western Bulldogs is about to join us on Grandstand AFL. No late change for the Dogs or the Power. Josh Shackey is the medical sub for the Western Bulldogs. Sam Mays for the Port Adelaide Football Club. So the Power currently in third place, a percentage of 127.3. The Western Bulldogs in fourth place, 134.5. The Dogs have 15 wins, 6 losses. The Power 16 and 5. The head of football at the Western Bulldogs is Chris Grant. He's also one of the finest Bulldogs ever to grace the field for them, and he joins us on Grandstand AFL. G'day, Chris.
Good evening, Alistair. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really well, thank you, and thanks for your time tonight. Feels like an important game for the Dogs tonight. For so much of the season, your football's been excellent, perhaps some of the best footy anyone's played, but the last couple of weeks have just left your spot in the four a little bit vulnerable. How do you see tonight, and how do you see the shift and the possibility of it for the Dogs?
Oh, well, look, clearly, Alistair, and to you and your team and to the listeners, it's a huge game. There's no doubt about that. I think, coming off the back of last week, we're incredibly disappointed with travelling the way that we did down to Tassie against the Hawks. The Hawks are terrific, and they've certainly got into a bit of a groove in the last few games of the year, and they took it up to us, and we weren't able to weather that, and probably didn't use the conditions overly well down there either. So that was disappointing, and clearly just the ramifications of that loss and what it meant for the team. It's put us in a vulnerable position, and probably what added to that and the vulnerability is the nature of the game that followed after us, with big wins to a couple of teams who are chasing behind us with percentage. So because of all of that, it's just the reality of the round 23 game. It couldn't be bigger.
Your midfield is arguably the best in the competition, but the last couple of weeks you've been beaten. What do you put that down to, and how confident are you that your midfield can turn that around tonight?
Yeah, it's probably, I think what hasn't probably been picked up too much is, just the last couple of weeks has probably been a real focus of the team probably not being on song, the Bombers played some really efficient football. Were quite good out of the middle against 2 weeks ago, and as I say, the Hawks played us very well as well. I think just on the back of those 2 games, probably gives the impression that the boys are off. But I think what we're confident about is just the reality of that core group now playing a fair bit more football together. We had that in the early part of the year, and clearly with Adam and Josh Dunkley missing a significant chunk of the year, that sort of added probably added the need or the requirement for others to come into those positions and play at a higher level as well. And we probably haven't had the overall consistency there that we'd like. But I think what we're confident about is that now that they've had some game time, they've had the ramifications of not getting it right as a crew last Saturday. They're up for the challenge this week, and having those boys back around each other, we're going into the night feeling very confident.
The Western Bulldogs are just coming out onto the ground here at Docklands ahead of this clash against Port Adelaide tonight. We've got their head of football, Chris Grant, with us on Grandstand AFL. Mick Malthouse.
G'day, Chris. Go back a long, long time, and people don't realise this, but I drafted you. You'd remember that.
He tells us all the time, Grant.
Were you 16 or 17?
Well, I was actually 15, Michael.
15. 15. And your mum wouldn't let you come down, would she? So I missed you.
She said you're more than happy for him to go to the Footscray Bulldogs as it was then. Absolutely loved the meeting that the family had with yourself and Sugar Merrington, but under no circumstances was I coming to Melbourne the following year. So, but the system was very different back then, as you know. With the under-19s and all that. But it's a long time ago, though.
It is, mate. Just on your ruck work here. Now, we're led to believe Martin will get a game in over the weekend. Is that right?
Yeah. He was certainly in the mix tonight. Nick, he's kind of hopefully he'd be ready, but it's a final for us, as you know. And as someone who's coached the game a lot, going into a final without 3.5 months of footy, that's a huge risk. So he'll play tomorrow and play for the game.
So you do need him. Is that fair to say? You need him in the side to be competitive in the finals through that area of the ground?
Well, we prefer to. I mean, as you saw in the early part of the year, with the combination of he and Tim, we felt that was working really well for us. And as Tim was a young ruck, that support was really helpful for him and the guys around the feet of those bigger boys. We'd like him there with his experience and the ability to be able to sort of soak up that pressure, particularly in finals. The difference, tonight's game is going to be a huge game. There's a couple of games over the weekend that are going to be huge games, and the ramifications and the football will probably step up a level because of that. But it is amazing the difference between the final home and away game and the first final. It steps up again. You'd like to have your more experienced players ready to go for that game. So, we're hopeful we can get through tomorrow. And
Ugle-Hagan, is he, now that he's out of the side, do you see him coming back into the side, given that, a rest last week? Well, he'll probably play tomorrow, but is it because of his lack of intensity? I'll put it right on there.
Oh, not so much. He was really in the mix this week, actually. We probably had 4 or 5 guys that we debated at length throughout the course of the week. We've landed where we've landed just on the basis of what we think works well for us tonight, probably what works well against the opponents that we're playing. But next week it'll be a different opponent, and that'll give the opportunity for him to come back into that discussion again. So he's certainly not out because of lack of intensity, but at the same time, we're really hopeful those 6 guys are going to continue up tonight.
Sure. And lastly, from me anyway, you're Shaki. It's an interesting role to have him as the medical sub, a player that's, I guess you can play at both ends of the ground, but is it a message to him or is it a message to the side that he's going to come in at some stage, because you seem to lack that extra tool in the back line?
Oh, well, it's certainly not a message, and certainly not, predicting what could happen, because the reality is the doctors will make the call on on whether that player can come in, and he's only going to be able to come in if, unfortunately, someone's injured. So you don't plan for that. You certainly don't want that to happen. The flexibility he probably gives us, it probably sort of seems like it's a strange 23rd to have, but just with the opponents that we're playing, we feel that if we had to bring Josh in, we've got that flexibility to be able to play forward or back. And that just means that someone likes to play a back line position, potentially to fill that position. So, yeah, we'll just see how we go. But, you'd prefer to have those 22 see out the whole game.
Right. Granny, just on Josh Shuckey for a second, how did he respond after what happened with Peter Wright? And I know it wasn't a good night. In learning this new role as a key defender and potentially that being where his career gets resurrected from, how did he respond after that around the club emotionally? Did he take it, not that you take something like that well, but did he take it in the right way to learn from it?
Yeah, that's a good question, Cameron. Exceptionally well. We were really pleased with how he dealt with that. He's only a young man, and the realities of professional football and the challenges that have been thrown at him. He's had his fair challenges over the journey. We were really pleased with how he dealt with that. We were really disappointed, and certainly the guys around him and up the field were disappointed with how they didn't support him, either in the air and that pressure was clear. That game against the Bombers, we had so many different areas of our game that we felt that we were well down, particularly out of the middle of the ground, and that puts your defence under enormous pressure. But I reckon the great thing is, Cameron, it's a game that he'll remember, and as a key back, when you have those games where you just haven't got things quite right, you haven't quite stood in the right position, the ball's coming down the ground, you haven't got to the right side quick enough to block that ability for the player to come up at the footy or jump at the footy. It's a great learning curve. We prefer that not to happen, clearly. But as a player who's now only played essentially 4 games back into his life, right throughout his junior career, never played back. So it's something new for him, but also I think something to put him in good stead for the future.
Chris, no matter what the results fall this way this weekend, if you do earn the right for a home final, we know probably it won't be in Melbourne. Where would your preference be to play a home final?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, Kelly. I think it'll be opponent dependent. I think that's how we feel. I think, what I'm reasonably pleased with is that we take my Bulldogs hat on and I put on the games hat. I'm pleased that it appears that the AFL will go to the path of providing venues where there will be crowds and teams will travel as they need to. I think that's good. I think that's good for the game. I think it's the right thing to do. As much as if we earn the right to be able to play at Marvel, don't know if it'd be the right thing to play there in front of no crowd. Put my Bulldogs hat back on and go with the question that you've asked. It'll be probably opponent dependent. Depends on who we play and who we are fixed to play against. We'll just have a discussion about that on Sunday and Monday when it is confirmed.
So say if it's a
Melbourne-based team.
discussion. Yeah, I'm guessing not Tasmania based on last week. And so if it's a choice between, say, the Gabba or Adelaide Oval, what would, if it was against a Melbourne-based team?
Yeah, well, what we haven't done, Kelly, and this is, the honest truth, is that we haven't actually had that discussion with our playing group. And I think that's a really important discussion to have. We've sort of let this week unfold because of the focus on this week is incredibly important. And as the final fixturing probably moved a little bit, shifted a little bit this week about what could possibly happen, we've left the players out of that. But post-game, win, lose or draw, that might be a decision that's out of our hands anyway, based on where we finish. If we win and we earn the right, it'll be discussion that will be really important to include the players. And pleasingly, though, Kelly, we've actually travelled really well this year. So Adelaide, teams that, so venues such as the Adelaide Oval, Optus Oval, even the Gabba up north, the players actually feel really good about those venues. So that's good for us too. When we come to decision time, we know that the players are going to feel reasonably comfortable whichever way we go. But we've got to earn that right first, and unfortunately, that's the next couple of hours.
And Chris, before we let you go, I just want to take a little trip down memory lane, because it was about 25 years ago that you weren't too far off becoming a Port Adelaide player, and there was the little kid who sent you the coin in the mail. Can you recount that story? How vividly do you remember that time, and how close did you become to playing for Port Adelaide?
Well, I remember it vividly. I've forgotten a lot of things over the last 25 years, Alistair, but the amount of times I get asked this question, I'll never forget it, I think. So, no, I think, look, when I say I was reasonably close because, Michael, you had very good history with our club and knew the difficulties that the club faced off field, and that continued after Michael left and went to the Eagles. But those difficult years off field financially for the club continued for the best part of the next almost 10 years. So, it was really only at the point where it seemed like the club was going to have real difficulties continuing. And that's the only reason it sort of popped in my mind that I've really got to consider my options. It's probably the right thing to do. When I felt, comfortable with, David Morgan and that group coming in and the vision that they had for the club, I was very, very comfortable in staying. And I'm really glad I did, because I love the club, and, the years following, we had some really exciting times. And as we look at the club now, we couldn't be in a better position financially. It's taken them another 25 years or so. But I'm really pleased that I was able to play some sort of part in that as well along the journey.
It's only 20 cents, Granny, but it's a pretty significant contribution in terms of leaving your fingerprints on this football club, and you still continue to. Thanks for your time on Grandstand AFL.
Okay, all right, good calling.
Chris Grant with us, the head of football at the Dogs. Ahead of this match, the Western Bulldogs and Port Adelaide playing under the roof at Docklands. There's no one here, but this would be a heaving crowd if crowds were allowed in Melbourne, because it's such a significant night at the football to kick off a really significant round with so much still to be determined. You've got those quasi-qualifying finals, the top 4 teams playing. There are still 2 spots in the 8 up for grabs, 4 teams realistically fighting for those spots. Let's hone in on tonight, though, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lingen, where you think the game will be won and lost as Port Adelaide looks for that scalp to really consolidate its premiership credentials, and the Western Bulldogs need to find what they had going earlier in the season and laid that platform to launch from.
You asked Michael Voss earlier, Al, about that scalp, and of course he gave us the right answer. They want it, but if it doesn't eventuate, they'll still build into next week. I think they need to take that scalp for their own belief. I mean, coming up against one of the very best teams in the competition, a star-studded midfield, but who's struggling. Port Adelaide should come over here and really see a chance for a kill, to take the Dogs down, not in front of their home crowd, but on their home deck, and have a big win and just rocket them in to next week with a whole lot of belief. With that pre-finals bye gone, Mick, momentum and form and feeling really good about yourself becomes even more important than the last few years where you've had that break in play.
Oh, absolutely, Lee. Look, I've picked Bulldogs all week because history says, this year's history in particular, has said that the Power are no good against sides near them or above them. Then I look at them come down the race today, and I look at Lysette, and I'm thinking, he's a very, very good footballer. He's under. There's a lot of great ruck. There's a lot of good. Actually, I'm going to say this. There's a lot of great ruckmen running around the competition at this stage, and he is one that's only just probably a rung behind some of the really great ones. And I can't say that about English. And if you're going to beat a midfield when there's only 3 others on the ground in the centre, your ruckman's got to do something about it. And I've just been watching his work there. I won't be surprised to see him push the ball wide or bring the ball in behind them and make the Dogs have to chase that ball. So straight away, that ball could be in the forward line of the Power, and then the Dogs have got to get it out of there.
And when you've got Laddams to then throw at Tim English as well, no doubt Lewis Young will probably do a bit of work as well, but you just bang, bang, bang. It just wears a player down like Tim English. He's getting stronger, but he's not quite there yet. And even as we say that right now, Tim English heading straight into the forward line, so he's not even going to start in the centre bounce.
No, which is so interesting. You know what worries me about look, I'm just looking at these players. Just check me if I'm wrong there, Ling. My eyesight's not that great, but has he got a jumping pad on his shin, or has he hasn't?
Well, Lewis Young's definitely got one on his. I can see his.
Yeah, he does.
He does?
Yes, he does.
Yeah,
I thank God for that, because, you know, that gets pulped. Honestly, it becomes such a soft part of the body, and he's going to be rucking his. I reckon that's a statement already, that they're prepared to maybe having a real fight in the middle and have at least another tall on their forward line, because that's not going to work out for them. They're going to be interested where Lear goes.
They've got Libba in the forward line as well, the Dogs, so you'd think ball hits the deck, they're just going to hunt, get after it. 2 talls, 4 smalls.
It's a night of huge consequence then for the Western Bulldogs and Port Adelaide. It's the time of year when champions rise to wear the crown of greatness. Who's going to stand up tonight? Here's Kelly Underwood.
Lysette, the premiership ruckman for the West Coast Eagles, and Lewis Young in his 22nd game wins it down to Bontempelli, fumbles, tackles Boak. And we've got our mics close to the action. No fans in the house, but you'll hear the benches. So tossed up in the air, it comes the way of Burn-Jones. An unkind bounce over the head of Rosie. Fumbling in there was Williams. Putting his head over it and tackled to the ground was Bailey Dale by Motlop. He's in for the injured Orazio Fantasia tonight, Motlop. So playing for a spot in the finals. Fantasia out with a bit of hamstring tightness. Tossed up in the air, Burn-Jones waiting at the back again. This one he skies it towards Marshall. Spoil from behind from Wood. Bounces the way of Wines. Quick hands to Boak. Kick was smothered. A real up and under. Young just dabs it down. Gray takes after it to Boak. To Lysette. He thought about the handball, and then he kicks the banana. Just hacks it really to the top of the goal square, and flying in from the side. Launching himself was Rourke Smith, and that is a strong contested mark down defensively for the man that has come in at selection this week.
Gave it to Bontempelli, gives to Dale. Dale measures his pass to the wing dock side. McRae. Lysett stands the mark. McRae holds it up for the moment. Liberatore's a short option, but McRae plays on, goes longer than that. Up goes Norton to take the mark. He's at half forward. A hand pass to Liberatore. Liberatore dumps it in long. He goes towards the top of the goal square. In the pack, Dunkley. It gets to the back. Rourke Smith lurking. Alir. Sockers towards the boundary line. The ball has gone into the behind post and will be thrown in. Right forward pocket for the Dogs down at the Lockett end. We've played 2 minutes. No score in the contest.
Just watching where Alir is who he's trying to play. It's certainly not Norton at this stage.
Twirling ball back in play. Lysette gets there, goes at it with both hands. Straight down to Bontempelli. Tries to break the Alir tackle and then dribbles it through. And the captain sets the tone early. Bontempelli with a dribbler from the top of the goal square off his left boot. And they open the scoring here tonight. The Bulldogs 1 straight 6. And the Port Adelaide team yet to score. Let's get down on the boundary. Tim Hodges.
Hi, Kel. Hi, guys. Nice to be with you. Just the resolve in the Bulldogs midfield group. They've been under a lot of pressure in the past couple of weeks. Twice during the warm-up, they actually pulled their group in together. They were in tight, arms around each other, almost like making a pact. And then to start as well as they have to right now with Bontempelli kicking a goal inside the first 2.5 minutes of the match, just tops off that this midfield is seriously switched on because their club needs them to be.
And they needed to be after what they've done this midfield the last couple of weeks, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Lee.
Well, it's going to be one lost in the midfield.
Yeah. Even in the first centre bounce, Bontempelli nailed a big tackle to set the example.
Lice at the tap down, Wines underneath, tackled by McRae, dispossessed. Young got it, tried to get it to McRae in tight. Treloar emerges, gathers the bouncing ball, tackled, got a hand pass away. Liberatore, floating hand pass. Hunter collects it left half forward. Low kick inside 50, a ripper onto the chest of Norton. The Bulldogs have started superbly. He's 35 out to the left of centre.
Well, that's a mistake if they've got Alir on Norton. Norton will run at the ball. Alir likes it sitting high so he can actually peel off. Yeah. It's probably the wrong opponent. He should be on English.
I reckon there was a bit of a change-up, Mick, a mix-up, because it was Mackenzie on Norton prior to that centre bounce. They got mixed up.
Are the Dogs on? Norton's kick might tell us a story, and it goes straight through the middle. Aaron Norton can be inaccurate. If he finds his range, the power might have to look out. 2 straight 12. plays no score through the opening 4 minutes on Grandstand AFL.
Well, just when you get a chance, don't go leaving your radio just yet, but when you eventually want to look at a little clip, just go back and watch Tom Liberatore's hands in the build-up to that. He took that at his bootlaces as he was moving and flicked a handball off before anybody had a chance to react to what he was doing to outside to Lockie Hunter. A little thing, Mick, but a thing of absolute beauty. That was brilliant by Libba.
Isn't it good those coordinate? When you coordinate like that, though, like he kept his width, Hunter.
Yep.
And you're going to win the ball when you've got Liberatoria for football if you keep your width.
Couple of little changes. Hunter on the wing. Treloar's been playing on the wing quite a bit the last couple of weeks since he's come back. He's in the middle. Bontempelli resting forward now. So the ruckman gives it straight down to Gray, who kicks inside 50, and Marshall marks right on the arc. He's going to go back and back himself, Todd Marshall. From right on 50 on a slight angle, he'll have to kick it.
I certainly hope he kicks that, because he turned his back on play and Travis Boak was streaming inside forward 50, 25 out straight in front. Little kick would have made it a simple shot, but maybe he's feeling good about himself. Go back and nail it.
Well, he's an inconsistent player, but he's accurate. 22-7 in his 18 games this year. On the approach, he makes connection with the right boot. He sends it on its way, and it just fades late, and he misses to the left-hand side, a misfire. So they've registered their first score of the night, one behind. The Dogs, 2 straight 12 after 5.5 of play.
He needs to stand up, because Dixon needs a counterpart here, and if he can stand up, you've got 2 good marking players.
They have defended that awfully poor, this kick out.
Dale to Rourke, Smith out to the wing it goes, City side. Williams kicks the Dogs to half forward. Keith was up there, the target. Burne-Jones gets a hold of it for Port, and he kicks to the half-back flank, and Amon in game 100 for Port Adelaide.
Darcy Burne-Jones has just saved the entire Port Adelaide team from an embarrassing edit on Monday morning. They got ripped open then, and Burne-Jones saved them.
Through Jonas to McKenzie at fullback. He comes to right half-back, and Bergman marks for the power. Sees no obvious option initially. McKenzie is 20 metres defensively of him, but he plays on. He takes on Norton. He's caught. He's dropped that surely. Bonner gets a hold of it. Bontempelli pinched his hand pass, gave to English. Goal at his mercy. The Bulldogs on fire. The Western Bulldogs get the opening 3, and Port Adelaide with some worrying signs early. 3 straight 18 the Dogs. Port Adelaide 1 behind through 6.5 minutes on Grandstand AFL.
Well, that's what you get when you mark the mark properly and focus and concentrate and listen to the umpire. Don't worry about... Listen to the umpire. Don't be watching the umpire. So he heard the play on, so straight away McKenzie was under pressure. He then looked for inside. There was no targets, so you close that gap there. Now he's got 2 choices: play around or try to go the long kick, and it was terrific pressure by the Dogs.
It's as though the Port Adelaide players had no realisation that the Dogs were going to come out fired up. They not realise the Dogs have been pretty bad for the last 2 weeks.
It's as though the Western Bulldogs have received an absolute rocket through the week.
But you had to expect they were going to do that if you're Port Adelaide. They let them waltz down from that kick in before. They've coughed it up a couple of times. They've been beaten in contests. Dogs are on fire.
Lewis Young into the ruck. Lysette takes it cleanly. Handballs off to Butters. And then he gives it to Dersma. Thumps it. Blazes away, really, and the easy relieving defence mark taken by Williams.
He's done well. He's through the year at marking player.
So they're looking to really pick this zone defence apart. Straight through the corridor they go. McRae and Daniel to Williams with a fend-off. Super strong, takes off and eventually caught. That's got to be holding the ball umpire, and they'll be rewarded. It was a Georgiades tackle, but it's Boak on the end of it. He kicks it long. It clears the pack. Now the foot race is on. Cordy under the pump. He gets there first. Charlie's picked it up, gives it to Rosie. He's a clever player. He dabs it to the top of the goal square. Running onto it is Boak, who started it, and he missed. It's all hurried. It's all rushed at the moment for Port Adelaide. 2 behinds. The Doggies with the first 3 of the match, 3 straight 18.
Well, you talk about worry. I reckon Cordy was a bit of a worry too. His lack of leg speed and also his decision-making left the Dogs highly vulnerable. They were lucky to get away with that, Lingy.
Clever kick, look-away kick from Daniel, bringing the ball in from defence. Look towards the back flank, pulled his kick to defensive 50. And Wood took the mark. His kick smothered by Laddams. Laddams goes after it. Can't bend over and pick up cleanly. Wood gets it. His hand pass out. Dogs under pressure. Williams immediately tackled by Rosie. A ball up 30 metres from the Power goal.
It's looking very shaky down there at the moment. The Dogs can't clear it.
Umpire throws it in the air. Power deep in attack. Dixon belts it towards the goal mouth. Daniel takes it out of play. A boundary throw in. What are you seeing downstairs, Tim Hodges?
I was just wondering, Mick was asked once, did they come to play? The Port Adelaide, just a little bit lethargic, and I'll explain it just after this boundary throw in, guys.
So boundary throw in, right in front of Port Adelaide's goal. Dixon dabs it down to Bogue, who forced a handball to the side in the Robbie Gray direction. He's got Easton Wood for company over the boundary. Hodgie.
So Port Adelaide arrived just after 1 o'clock today, Kel. They've been in the victory room just behind me, normally where corporate functions are taking place for the best part of 5 hours. There's a couple of ping pong tables, there's some bean bags, there's a coffee machine, the big screens on ESPN. Just a weird, really weird build-up for Port Adelaide, and they've started the game sort of very flat.
Little lacklustre, aren't they? The Dogs definitely have come to play. So another boundary throw in. It comes the way the Dogs. They've got it across half-back, although Hunter's kick was smothered. Drew's down there fighting hard for Port Adelaide. Quick hands. We see the exiting handball from the Dogs. Hannon gets the kick to half-forward. With the sit-down there was McKenzie. He doesn't take the mark. English fires it off to Bontempelli, who's everywhere. Centering kick. It goes over the head of Smith. Coming is Bailey Smith, and he gives it quickly to Dunkley, who snaps towards goal. And he's got it through. It swung late, did Josh Dunkley's right boot, and he snapped it 30 metres out on a tightish angle. And they're in for the quick kill here, the Bulldogs. It's a statement start. They're here to say we're back. And they lead at 4 straight 24. Port Adelaide just 2 behinds. What a 10-minute opening burst from the Western Bulldogs.
Outstanding by the Bulldogs. Great finish by Dunkley. Just then again, Mick, when you're looking for a team, so I'm not going to go and pick on a player who's played Miles Bergman, 21 games in his career, and say he needs to be on, he needs to be sharp, he needs to pick up the ball. But a 201-game player in Steve Motlop, who can just completely overrun and fumble the ball in the defensive 50 and cough up a goal, that's not good enough. That is just simply not good enough when you've played that much football.
I'm with you, Lingy. I don't want to nail the bloke, but he does not perform well on the big stage under pressure. That's a pressure get. You've got to take it.
No clean takeaway from the middle of the ground. Amon took possession. Bailey Smith took hold of him. Secondary ball up just outside the circles. Lycett another tap down. Bergman gets it through the traffic. Drag down Bontempelli. Didn't get boots a ball. Treloar off to Bailey Smith. High kick inside 50. English pushed under the ball. It's going the other way. A free kick to Aliir. So Aliir clears, but Treloar gets the spoil and knocks it away back with the flight from Amon. He got it to Bailey Smith, who puts on the Jets, runs to half forward, kicks to full forward. English is there. Up he goes, can't hold the mark. Burne-Jones roves, caught by English. Hand pass to Jonas, clearing left foot kick to the back flank for Port Adelaide. Georgiades paddles to his own advantage and keeps on going. Eventually it rolls over the boundary line. Centre wing out of side. Tim Hodges on our side of the ground.
Al, Jules is doing a great job with the effects mic. If you're wondering what that noise is, that's the rain. It's teeming down on the roof. Normally you don't hear this with a crowd in the house, but with 200 people in the Docklands at the moment, you can hear the rain on the roof so loud at the moment. So that's what's coming through the effects mics.
Boundary throw in on the City side, and it'll go back. Oh, holding the ball call against Port Adelaide and against Ollie Wines. So it'll be a free kick for guess who? The little tackler, Liberatore. He's got it on the City wing. 4 straight to 2 behinds. Dogs have started on fire. He puts it on the left. He drives it in the English direction. Aliir was there. He got a hand to it. Tackled to the ground because the Bulldogs player in there right on his back. Oh, Hannon's been crunched by Jonas. Ball spills clear. Rourke Smith's got it. And a couple of Port Adelaide players set upon him. So it'll be a ball up 40 metres out directly in front from the Doggies' goal. We're hearing trains going by at Geelong. Traffic along Jollymont at the MCG. Now the rain on the roof at Docklands.
We've heard all sorts of things in recent weeks. Off the contest, Bontempelli gets a hand pass out the back. Port Adelaide clear through Butters. Easton Wood intercepts. Attacking side of the centre square for the Bulldogs.
He had no doubt that it was his ball, did he? You could hear it. Someone's yelling out to him.
Eastonwood kicks inside the 50. Waitman couldn't work his way to the front on Jonas. It wasn't a well-directed kick, and Jonas marks in defence for the Power. 4 straight the Western Bulldogs. The Power 2 behinds. We're at the 14-minute mark. Jonas kicks out of defence to Wines. Hand pass to a running Houston. A bounce and a kick towards the attacking side of the wing near the boundary. Robbie Gray takes the mark. Dock side of Docklands, just forward of the interchange.
They're working hard, the Dogs, to block up every opportunity for the Power to make a break.
Awkward kick from Robbie Gray, put his teammate under pressure. In the end, he had to go and mop up and give it to Butters, who kicks all the way back to Aaliyah, marking just behind the centre circle. He's got someone rolling off behind him, and that is the left boot of Mackenzie. Drives it long, flying in from the side. Has that mark been paid? The umpire says no. It was Georgiades. He launched himself in front of the pack. Didn't take it cleanly, according to the umpire. So a ball up.
Beautiful kick by Mackenzie. That's gone 60 plus.
30 metres out, directly in front. Port Adelaide's goal. Dixon and Bontempelli in the ruck. And Dixon just reached up over the shoulder of the Bulldogs skipper. And Bontempelli, who started in the midfield, he's been down forward. He's kicked goals, and now he's setting them up in this defensive 50. Kicking to the city side of the stadium where Rourke Smith marks. Assessing the options. He drives it long, down the line. English at target once again. Hannum set himself in from the side. Treloar with a wonderful handball. He was on his knees. He got it back to Bailey Smith, and now Daniel, who dabs it towards a teammate who's won a free kick in Hannon.
Someone want to just remind Port, Marcus Bontempelli is the Brownlow medal favourite. Now they're going to man him up. But for about 30 seconds, he was completely by himself in the corridor.
Hannon's got it in the wing. Centering kick. Want to use the corridor. Oh, Williams easily got round Dixon, the man on the mark. The handball put his teammate Geraint into trouble. His kick was smothered. He picked it up. He's handballed straight to Wines. Now a chance for Port Adelaide. Amon's got it. The 100-gamer. Dashing through that defensive 50 zone, kicking to a one-on-one. It slipped through the hands of Marshall. Daniel's going head-to-head with him. It's like David and Goliath down there. Marshall turns around, and the kick was good, and Dersma's marked. And he's absolutely crunched into... Is that Taylor Duray down there? It is Taylor Duray. So eyes only for the footy. And it was Dersma one side and Duray the other, and Duray a little slow to get up. He is now manning the mark. And Dersma is going to have a set shot.
Well, it was Marshall who got the ball to him, but it was Marshall that made a big error with only Daniels to negate in the air. He would have been twice as tall as him.
So Dersma to make amends here. Pretty much directly in front. He steps just inside 50, sends it on its way. It's not going to make the required distance. Off hands and through for a minus score. Nothing's clicking in the forward 50 yet for Port Adelaide. 3 behinds. The Bulldogs 4 straight 24 halfway through this first.
And they're struggling to keep their forwards in a decent position. The odd time they have broken out, they haven't had much representation there. Then they had Marshall, but prior to that, great kick.
Daniel down the middle. To the middle of the ground found Keith with his kick in. Hand pass to Bailey Smith. They've all sagged off the Power. Smith takes them on, kicks inside the 50. A floating ball that Aaliyah should mark. Poorly directed from Bailey Smith. Aaliyah marked at fullback. He kicks to centre half back, finds Marshall. Marshall now to the dock side wing. Hunter there. Georgiades wrestled him out of the way. Now Soccer's out towards the boundary line. Picked up by Bergman. Slaps it on the boot. Around the boundary line. Over the boundary line. Free kick to the Western Bulldogs at left half back to be taken by Keith. He moves it quickly. Daniel marks. So many free men for the Western Bulldogs. They're just not getting up in the face, Port Adelaide. Short pass from Daniel finds Geraint on the back point of the centre square.
Bontempelli on the bench having a breather. What a sizzling start from the skipper. And that's a sizzling kick. They're looking to open up every time they can. Geraint got it to Hannon, off to McRae. And the McRae to Treloar, who's got it at half forward. Just a couple of steps in from the boundary. Treloar, who started in the middle. He's just going to kick it as long as he can to the hot spot. Aaliyah's there. He got his hands to it first. Now a chance for Norton. Tried to handball over the top. Port Adelaide, Bonner. And then it comes back to Mackenzie, who gets it out of the dangerous 50. Dixon played for the free kick. Hannum picks up the spoil. Off he gives to Hunter to the top of the goal square. Norton really had to launch. Rourke Smith down to the exciting teammate in Waitman. And Waitman couldn't kick the goal.
They can't exit their back 50.
No, they can't. Just going back one play, when Treloar had that football, he never looked inside. He had a clear player at centre half forward. Maybe it's the old method of him from the Collingwood days. He hugged and hugged. He just didn't look inside.
Bonner to McKenzie from the kick-in. Kicks to the wing. Georgiades got some treatment from Duray.
Oh, important free kick, because the Dogs were going to clean that up again and send it back inside, but it's a big free kick for Georgiades to get.
Centre wing out his side. Goes with a low pass to Houston. Really advance it too far. Houston towards the boundary line now. Next in line is Dersma. And pass to Houston. He's hemmed in. Defensive. He'll go with his kick to Bonner. Bonner centre wing comes into the corridor. Burton marks on his chest. He's on the edge of the centre square. And 5 possessions or so, not really moved it anywhere. Now the long kick from Burton and the fly from Laddams. Couldn't take the mark. It's rove by Boak. Hand pass missed the target of Motlop. And pouncing upon it is Daniel. And Daniel lasers a kick out of defence to Vandermeer at right half back.
That's how you kick.
This kicking's been a treat, hasn't it, Lingy, in this first term? So he goes long round the to the city wing where Norton's been outmarked. Burton takes it, kicks backwards. McKenzie, now they want to use the corridor, Port Adelaide, towards Boak. Great spoil from behind. Duray spills the way of Bailey Smith. Handballs backwards to Cordy and then over to McRae. Short kick, gets it off to Vandermeer. He's tackled. He's handballing to no one. Swooping on the loose ball was Ollie Wines, and then he gets it to Houston, and Houston's kick still in the centre of the ground. It's marked by Marshall. Back to Dersma now. Over to Rosie. He has a little bit of a dash, an awkward kick into the left forward pocket. Really going to make Dixon work for it. He's got to beat 1, 2, 3 Bulldogs players. Bailey Williams, last line of defence. Doesn't panic. Draws the defender. Handballs over to Caleb Daniel. Daniel with a little 360. Kicks on the outside of the boot. This could be dangerous. Bailey Smith comes in. Steals it from Rosie. Handballs to Hunter. Hunter gives it to Dunkley. With hands they use at this chain of handballs and get themselves out of half-back to Vandermeer, who's marked. Broadcast wing or dockside wing. Elite possessions by hand and foot by the Western Bulldogs. Vandermeer back for his second game after missing a chunk from injury and floating in from across the side. Taking the mark in the pack is Hannum. Couple of kicks out to the Lockett end, to the northern end. They've already got 4 on the board, the Dogs. Hannum into the left forward pocket. Norton's going to set himself from behind. Who's waiting at the back? Dersma's got it. Norton's got him. He's handballed. Somehow it just gets to Butters. And then over the top to Boak. Still in the defensive 50. Bonner's kick has been chopped off beautifully by Jason Johannesen. He's going to handball. Go on with it. Quickly to Bailey Dale, and Dale's kick to the top of the goal square. English standing his start. He stood his ground. He did everything right before right at the end it's flicked down. Treloar tries to scrap it. English might have taken a Port Adelaide defender high there. And he has. It'll be a free kick to McKenzie. It's a hot one right there at the moment.
Always a bit unlucky that. I thought he had a fair piece of that ball too, English. Just didn't quite grab hold of it.
Dersma, it was on the bottom of the pack that was taken high out.
He went short to Burton, too short. And now they've got to clean it up. Bonner goes back to the goal square. That was so risky. McKenzie took a very strong mark opposed to Norton of all people.
Living danger.
That was so fraught, Lingy. McKenzie goes back to the left back pocket to Bonner and says, have it back, son. Try again.
5 dangerous kicks and they've got nowhere. Now just kick it long.
Bonner to the back flank. Laddams the target. That ball hit him in the head. That sums up how Port Adelaide's going. He almost flew uncontested for that mark and it hit him fair in the head. Strong tackle there on the outer side wing results in a free kick to Motlop, so that's a better moment for him. He caught Bailey Dale with the ball, and Motlop, defensive side of the outer wing. Something's got to click for Port Adelaide. They've been very slow out of the blocks. Short pass to Butters. Butters on the outer side, his kick along the line of the square is marked by Drew. Bulldogs by 22 points at the 23-minute mark. Drew will send Port Adelaide inside the attacking 50. A pack of 4 players at the back, marked by Rosie. Rosie plays on and kicks the Powers first from the top of the goal square. How desperately needed that was for Port Adelaide. The Western Bulldogs 4-1-25. The Power 1-3-9 on Grandstand AFL. We've ticked over 23 minutes.
Is it not a giveaway, Al, when the player marks the ball, stops because he just thinks, I'm going to get a free kick paid against me here.
I've just pushed him in the back.
I've just given the biggest shove in the back of all time.
He did stop.
And there's no whistle, and he just cheekily thinks, oh, okay, I'll kick the goal then. It's like the little kid who's done something wrong and got away with it from his parents.
I reckon forwards are getting away with that this year, though, Lingy.
Yep. Like defenders don't.
No way.
The forwards do.
No. But it's the first time they've actually moved the ball into a manner through the corridor and the Dogs didn't have the extra number back. It's a very... I'm trying to work out whether the Dogs are bringing a forward up, which is releasing a back, but it's not working. Either way, it's not working. The Dogs, Port can't get the ball done properly out of their back line outside of that last time.
Back underway in the centre while Wines is resting at full forward for Port Adelaide. Bailey Smith is there. Handballing was McRae. That was a throw, so it'll be a free kick to Robbie Gray, the closest Port Adelaide player. Gray's going to flick it back into the centre. Where Butters has got it. Short dab pass. Wedge that kick over the top to Boak. Boak short by foot to Motlop on the edge of the centre square. Now the all-important kick inside 50 is an absolute shocker. Disastrous and casual from the boot of Stephen Motlop. And it's McRae that could chop that off. There was no player near McRae, so I'm not sure who the intended target was. McRae goes out wide. Waiting at the back is Aaliyah. He's tackled by Dunkley over the boundary line. So at true centre wing on the city side of this stadium, it'll be a boundary throw-in. 2 minutes to play. The Doggies by 16 points.
The Dogs have done well with Aaliyah. He's only had the 3 possessions, so he hasn't been able to intercept anything because of the way the ball's coming in, working left or right and exposing him.
Lice at the tap down in ruck. Bergman gets it for Port. Off to Boak. His hand pass pinched by Dunkley. Off to Bailey Smith. Smith inside 50. Treloar is one-on-one back there. Jonas the spoil and the read on it when it hits the ground. His tackle got a hand pass out. Bonner picks up. Dishes it out the back to Houston. He goes further defensively by hand. McKenzie now kicks to the wing. Up goes Young on Butters. Got it down. Graham passed over his head. Dunkley gathered. Tried to spin through Aaliyah. He's dropped the ball. That's holding the ball. Free kick Aaliyah. Defensive side of the outer wing for Port Adelaide.
They don't mind him getting the ball outside back 50. It's in the front back 50 where he's intercepting and that sort of stuff makes him a dangerous player.
So Aaliyah's just going to go long down the boundary line where Bontempelli thumps it. I reckon that's gone about 8 rows back. So there's a loss, Sharon, out there. Well, gee, if you want a free Sharon, you're going to have to sprint right around the other side of the stadium.
If we were in Adelaide, they'd be saying, don't touch the ball.
We'll be there for the next few weeks, no doubt. So boundary throw in, city side. Lysette did well, tried to flick it over the top to Gray. Too hot for him in the end, and now Lysette tries to fend off a couple. Somehow it spills the way of Boak. Short, sharp pass to Laddams, who had to get down low. He's got it 55 out. Laddams on his left just pokes the kick into the pocket. It was almost perfect for Dixon. In the end, Bailey Dale just got a fingernail to it, which meant Dixon couldn't mark it. Ball still alive. Motlop handballs over the top, closer to goal, where Geray's got it, fakes one way, then the other, and then spins back and kicks long down the line. Norton set himself. He flew. He's a long way from home. Lewis Young's kick was smothered, but McRae, quick hands, got it to Treloar. Through they go, the centre. Vandermeer, can he control it? He's got pressure coming from all angles, including from Butters. He stands up in the tackle. He gets a grubber kick away. Norton taps it down to Treloar. It's all hard, but they're still going here, the Dogs. Dogs is, Treloar's kick while he was smothered goes the way out wide, city side. And Port Adelaide combined to win the footy. It is a hot footy in the centre of the ground at the moment.
Oh, it was outstanding by Vandermeer, though, wasn't it? Just second, third, fourth effort while pinballing around, but didn't quite come off.
Port Adelaide working it around their defensive 50 on quarter time. So the Western Bulldogs out of the blocks brightly, kicking 4 goals in the opening 10 minutes. But didn't kick another for the quarter as Port Adelaide just slowed that momentum. 4-1-25 the Bullies. The Power 1-3-9 at quarter time on Grandstand AFL. The Western Bulldogs needing to win to be guaranteed of a top 4 finish. Port Adelaide, if the Power can find a win tonight, there's still a chance to win the minor premiership. The goal kickers for the Dogs. Singles to Bontempelli, Dunkley, Norton and English, while for Port Adelaide, Connor Rosie kicked the only goal of that opening term. We'll go down to Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just a I'm going to pose a question here. I'm just watching Tim English. He came off the ground a bit groggy. I'm not sure, guys. Can you remember him copying a knock in that first term? He's had the doctor and the physio look at him. They were checking his eyesight at one stage. He's out there at the quarter-time huddle, but just doesn't look 100%, Tim English.
Saw Luke Beveridge go over to him as well and give him a bit of a pep talk. He dropped that mark.
That's actually, Cal, he wasn't right, and then Luke Beveridge started to give him, not both barrels, but was talking, having a fair crack at him, and then realised he wasn't actually right, so left him alone. So even now he's just at the back of the pack out at the quarter-time huddle. So I'll keep an eye on him, but just something's up there with English.
He did miss a lot of footy earlier in the year. It was at this ground. It was down on the half-forward flank here, Lingy, when Norton went up and kneed him flush in the face and knocked him out cold. He missed a number of weeks due to that injury, so it's obviously an area of concern that
he
they
had
need
that
to keep an eye
moment
on.
at the top of the goal square where he was standing still and he leapt up to take the mark, and they came and cluttered into him.
Got crashed into him, and straight after that he gave away a free kick.
That's
I reckon it came in and it was him head contact and the person on the ground. He got it against him, but I think that was potentially a bit of a head knock as well. So Hodgie might be all over that one. He might be in a bit of trouble, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye
on that, and any further reports Tim Hodges will have from the boundary. Quarter time at Docklands. The Western Bulldogs 4-1-25. The Power 1-3-9. This is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio, and ABC Sport Digital.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Join Yumi Steins as she delves into taboo topics in Ladies We Need to Talk.
If I straightened my hair, I was fitting in, and if I didn't, then I was suddenly sort of a Black Panther or something.
Or immerse yourself in the life of someone else in conversations with Richard Feidler and Sarah Konoski.
I remember hearing this tremendous roar, and then the boat was literally picked up and thrown upside down.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Twirling ball, back in play. Lysette gets there, goes at it with both hands. Straight down to Bontempelli. Tries to break the Adelaide tackle and then dribbles it through. And the captain sets the tone early.
Treloar emerges, gathers the bouncing ball, tackle, got a hand pass away. Liberatore, floating hand pass. Hunter collects it left half forward. Low kick inside 50. A ripper onto the chest of Norton. The Bulldogs have started superbly. Are the Dogs on? Norton's kick might tell us a story, and it goes straight through the middle.
McKenzie, he doesn't take the mark. English fires it off to Bontempelli, who's everywhere. Centering kick, it goes over the head of Smith. Coming is Bailey Smith, and he gives it quickly to Dunkley, who snaps towards goal. And he's got it through.
Through will send Port Adelaide inside the attacking 50. A pack of 4 players at the back, marked by Rosie. Rosie plays on and kicks the Powers first from the top of the goal square. How desperately needed that was for Port Adelaide.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
It's third versus fourth on the AFL table to kick off round 23. A huge weekend of football on Grandstand AFL. It is the fourth placed Western Bulldogs with the good start at Docklands. 4-1-25 leading Port Adelaide 1-3-9. In the NRL, Manly has continued its very good back end of the season, but only just getting over the Canberra Raiders 19 points to 18 tonight. In the second match, South Sydney 6 leads Penrith no score. That's through 15 minutes. Just a bit of information coming through for listeners in Victoria. This courtesy of the Chief Political Reporter for the ABC, Richard Willingham, saying that all community sport in regional Victoria has been cancelled this weekend due to the COVID situation. So that's very bad news for all those kids and all those sporting clubs in regional parts of Victoria. Obviously the community sport in Melbourne has not been going on of late, but with cases emerging in the Shepparton area, that's now put paid to community sport as well in regional Victoria. So Mick Moldhouse very disappointed to hear that, and everyone.
Well, I'll tell you why I'm disappointed, because I've got an association with, and I know Lingy's down this area as well. My grandson's going to play his first finals match on Sunday. I don't know how many Ks that is from Shepparton, and you just wonder what's the logic of it. You're killing the kids, and I know it's a political statement again, but this is just outrageous that this would take place when it's Shepparton. It's not down at the Peninsula, it's not at Warrnambool, it's not at Mildura, it's not at Bairnsdale. You know, if we want to make sure our society survives this, we've got to have better common sense.
It's a difficult scenario, and there are difficult decisions to be made.
Lingy was just bragging earlier that he'd been sort of to the pub today and
been for a surf,
his kids are at school, but I think, yes, we're looking like a statewide lockdown, Lingy, so maybe it was you.
I wouldn't be bragging,
you
Kelly.
just, bursting in here with your chest out, telling us what you ate at the pub.
The premiership had the distinct Cheshire about him.
It was my son's birthday today, so there was a lot of positive vibes at the Ling household.
Even the mayor of Geelong is going to get locked up.
He's got the keys to get out of Geelong. Let's just quickly go back down to Tim Hodges on the boundary. Any more news on Tim English, Hodgie?
Yeah, it looks like the Doc's given him the thumbs up, and Tim English, as you can see, guys, is going deep forward, right down to the goal square, so he'll start in the Bulldogs forward line in the second term. So he was just complaining of a head knock late in that first term, but let's hope he's okay out there.
Second term action about to get underway. Have Port Adelaide just settled a bit now, Cameron Ling, or are you still worried about what they're doing?
Not convincingly, Al. Yeah, they got through a little bit. The goal they did kick was a luck one because it was a big push in the back. It should have been a free kick to the Dogs. So, no, not convincingly at all. The Dogs still look a lot sharper.
They lead by 16 points, and out of the middle of the ground, Bontempelli willed his way through like champions do. He gave to Liberatore. Kick inside the attacking 50. Out comes Norton, knocked away from him at the full McRae. His hand passes straight to Willem Drew. Gave to Burne-Jones of Port Adelaide. His kick to the back flank. Little fumble from Butters. Now he's got a problem in the form of Daniel. And Daniel wins the ball away from him. Hand pass missed Bontempelli. Burne-Jones back the other way. Paddled to his own advantage. Now over it. Attempting to rip it away. Liberatore fights hard for the Dogs to win it back. The umpire will intervene. A ball up left half forward for the Western Bulldogs. Port Adelaide going to the locket end in this second term. It's the Dogs 4-1-25. The Power 1-3-9.
What about Bontempelli? 7 disposals, 5 contested. He's kicked a goal, 3 tackles. He is leading from the front. And there'll be a secondary ball up here. The ball doesn't go anywhere. Ollie Wines is the last player on that pack. Bottom of the pack. Tossed up in the air. Laddams down to Wines. Wines handballs. Back to Dersma, who just throws it on the boot. Playing in front, Dixon. Strong contested mark in a one-on-one contest with Keith. Wants to keep it moving. Gives it back to Wines, who hits full speed and then streams and kicks long, and Georgiades takes the mark. That is a strong mark, 2-on-2 in the right forward pocket for the teenager, who might just be one of the rising star favourites.
Well, that was just classic, outstanding key forward play. A contested mark from Dixon, did the right thing, got up straight away and gave a little handball to a player flying past Ollie Wines. Get it in deep, one-on-one to your key forward, 20 out from goal, and took a good, strong contested mark. Terrific play.
Ford ended up with more possessions in that first quarter and only three less inside 50s. I reckon they did come back in the last 10 minutes here, Ling, and they've continued on this quarter. So,
well, he's continued on, Mitch Georgiades, with his improvement. One of the rising star favourites. 32 goals he's kicked from his 20 games so far. But that one is right across the face in that right forward pocket, only about 15 metres out. And an opportunity goes begging for Port Adelaide. Dogs lead it by 15 early in the second.
Dale goes in short to Bontempelli. So Bontempelli superb in that first quarter for the Dogs. And work it out to the outer side, and Hunter. Hunter kicks to Dunkley on the city wing. Beautifully weighted pass. Dunkley just starting to get some football under his belt, coming back from the shoulder. Short to McRae. McRae plays on for the Bulldogs, kicks them to the half-forward flank. The work rate is so impressive from Marcus Bontempelli as he takes a fine mark opposed to Burne-Jones. He's 65 out. He kicks towards the teeth of goal, and it's not ended up where he wanted it.
Trying to say
Jonas intercepts in the hole. That went to no one in particular. Now the kick to the left-back pocket, and Bergman.
Sorry, Al, that you've got Norton and English stood next to each other. So that's why you can't take a mark like that. You've got to spread yourself so that you've got some equal ground to work into. And that would have then given him opportunity to at least contest that ball.
Captain kicked it to the captain, Bontempelli to Jonas. Now they've had about 6 kicks, Port Adelaide, all in the defensive 50 zone. Amon's got it. and he goes backwards. Frustrations might just be coming through the speakers there, the microphone. So they work their way round the city side where Burton-Jones has it, kicks back inboard. Dersma marks uncontested. This is short, sharp play. Kicks sideways to Amon, who kicks sideways again. Now Wines has got it. He can flare it wide to Bergman. Marks uncontested right in front of the Dogs bench. Gets it down low. Made it really hard there for Laddams, a tall player. And the turnover's on. The Dogs. Lewis Young handballs to Daniel. Daniel then going to kick and asking a lot of Norton, who reaches up high, and he's marked it. No. Was it English that takes the mark? And he just marks it in play. He goes short to Norton.
Jonas is set up down the line. This one, Norton's just got to take his time. Wait for English to arrive down there, or a little short to present up. Jack McRae's the man.
And he was presenting hard, Lingy, so McRae takes it.
So Jack McRae, 70 from goal, plays on immediately. He kicks into the forward pocket. Bontempelli engaged with Alia. And swooping to mark was Hunter. I don't think Bontempelli had any intention to try and mark. He just wanted to block the path of Alia, and the umpire has allowed the mark to Lockie Hunter, right forward pocket, 20 out.
Terrible decision.
Spot on, Al.
Absolutely terrible decision.
Man.
In fact, you just cannot believe that two umpires can see that and not award. Alia had no chance of getting to that. He was blocked off the ball 15 metres before it got there.
Can Hunter make good use of the good fortune? No, he can't. He's pulled his kick away to the right, and that's probably justice raining down on the Dogs. 4-2-26, the Western Bulldogs. Port Adelaide 1-4-10 through 5.5 of the second quarter. You're with Grandstand AFL on ABC Sport.
I can tell you where that frustration was coming from before. It's the Port Adelaide key forwards. This is better from McKenzie. Go long and direct to them, but gee, they were messing around with it earlier.
Straight down the corridor. Aaliyah was the target. Rosie picks it up and just kicks. Luck's a fortune. Playing in front was Robbie Gray. Now he's got players streaming left and right. He just dabs that kick. It was a well-weighted pass to Georgiades. 50 out. Instead, opts for Motlop short. Tighter angle, 45-ish. And only about 35, 40 metres out. So Motlop, a couple of fumbles that were costly in that opening term. A chance to go back and draw within 10 points.
It's amazing the difference that a bit of directness makes with the ball use.
And speed use. Speed of the ball.
McKenzie gets it going with his long, beautiful kick down the middle. They get a shot at goal. Not 5 minutes ago, they chipped around, had 30 kicks and didn't go past the centre of the ground.
So Motlop, who's in for the injured Fantasia, never really gave that a chance. It's too skinny. He's missing to the near side. And an inaccurate Port Adelaide tonight could come back to haunt them. 1-5-11. Trailed the Dogs by 15 points.
Magnificent kick in from Dale to Hunter. That's gone about 70 metres.
Bailey Dale's just said, well, Trent McKenzie, you can launch one. I've got a few tricks in my bag as well.
Hunter gave to Duray, who went back to Hunter. Hunter now goes back to Duray, who's up forward of the City wing. He marks near the boundary line for the Dogs. Goes back to take his kick. He's looking into the corridor. The options are closed down there. Waitman's on the lead to the half-forward flank. Kick hangs in the air. Waitman can't get involved. Jonas collects for Port Adelaide and takes it over the boundary line under the Waitman pressure.
That kick of Dale was a magnificent kick, but there was no reading of the play from the forwards, because when that was marked, they had no one to kick the ball. They had to end up going back into territory, Port Adelaide's territory.
So the Dogs by 15. They've got it at half forward here, over the heads of the ruck. And Lewis Young goes again, who contested the ruck, scoops it up to Treloar. Waitman faked one way, ignored Treloar, spins back, gives it to Dunkley. Dunkley's dispossessed, charging in and going in hard was Georgiades, spills the way of Lysette. Waitman throwing his body around, but Amon's got it. Takes off across half-back to Motlop, gives it off to Houston. Houston then kicks sideways to Bergman, who marks uncontested in front of Vandermeer, the man on the mark, defensive side of the Dock wing. So Bergman kicks to a 2-on-2. Gray's there, so too Laddams. Cordy down to Wood. Wood to Bontempelli. Through the centre, he's got it. And he kicks, looking for Norton, who charges out. Takes the mark on his chest. It's going to come back. Holding. It was a holding. And is it going to Aaliyah? So in the marking contest, Norton charged through, but he was kicked to a one-on-one, and it was English and Aaliyah and English, I think, has been done for holding. So a free kick for Aaliyah.
Back it goes to McKenzie.
I reckon Razor Ray's missing the crowds the most too. When he paid that free kick, he would have been feeding off the boos and the roars of the Dogs fans.
And there was the dramatic pause, but you don't need it.
Just waiting for the close-up. You can still get that. We're all talking about him. Off to Motlop. Motlop kicks inside the 50 from the wing. Big pack of players punched away. Lysett roved it, gave to Georgiades, dropped it, regathered, caught by Dunkley. Hand pass out. Dixon. Bananas from the pocket. Doesn't get any bend whatsoever. It goes right across the face and out on the full.
They're in charge at the moment, Lingy. There's a real shift in this game, and the Dogs need to arrest this, and they need to arrest it by having more ball inside the 50 on their terms.
Daniel is going to kick in. Plays on, runs around the boundary line, kicks towards English and Wood. Aaliyah's there. English punched it down. Liberatore got it. Such a clever hand pass on the outside to Vandermeer. His kick towards Hannon. Aaliyah comes across, knocks it over the boundary near the Dogs interchange where Wood comes off and Bailey Williams comes on. McRae's coming off for a spell. The Bulldogs 4-2-26. Port Adelaide 1-5-11. We approach the 10-minute mark of the second.
Boundary throw in right in front of our microphones. Have a listen to this. So it was a boundary throw in. They piled on top. Lysett got it down. Treloar was there. He was tackled by Bergman. It'll be tossed up in the air. Right in front of the interchange gates. Lysett and Young. Young wins it this time. Lysett reads it off hands. He's tackled by Treloar. Ball spills clear. Butters got there. He handballs to a little bit of space and then Dale is crunched in a tackle. So bodies on the line. Boak to Bergman. Wheels around. Thumps it on his right boot down there, and there's right at the back of the pack. Rosie's got it. A couple of Bulldogs have run into each other. Friendly fire. Rosie keeps going again. Robbie Gray's got it. Does it unselfishly. Tries to kick to the top of the goal square. Duursma's crunched midair. He goes down, and now Bailey Williams before the umpire finds a holding call, and it'll go the way of the Dogs. So the Dogs' defence standing up. Bailey Smith has won the free. And he's going to be downfield. Meanwhile, Durais coming off. I mentioned friendly fire at the top of the goal square. And Durais is sore and in the hands of the trainer.
Got a hip point, I reckon.
Dogs have got it on the outside. Bailey Smith on the city side, rather. Smith went to Daniel, went to Hunter, and then went down the line where Hannon couldn't mark.
Well, it's become a real Indian wrestle at the moment, Lingy, because no one's getting clear ball inside the front 50. There's a lot of contested football between the arcs at the moment, so it's going to depend on who's got the clearer ball that can get away from this last part of this quarter.
That last kick inside forward 50, isn't it? The really important kick that the very elite ball users can make. At the moment, both teams just giving it back, as there's been a fair discussion between field umpires and boundary umpires, but they've decided on a boundary throw-in.
They'll be happy for the rest of the boys, I think.
Toss back into play. Slightly the Dogs attacking side of the outer wing. Bergman got it. Nailed by Bailey Smith, but that's a dumping tackle. And the umpires found a free kick there. It will go the way of Port Adelaide. Boak received and kicked around the wing towards Amon. Flicked on towards the boundary line. Hunter sees it over. Centre of the outer wing. Down beneath us, Tim Hodges. How's Taylor Durais?
No, he's not in a good way. He hobbled off and went straight to the rooms, and he needed help to get down the race to the Bulldogs' room, so I think he'll be off for some time.
Boundary throw-in, centre of the outer wing. Bulldogs leading by 15 points. We haven't had a goal through 12 and a half minutes of the second quarter. Dogs kicked the first 4 in 10 minutes. There's an over-the-shoulder free kick going the way of the Dogs at this stoppage. Centre wing outer side of the ground.
A lot of attention going. Treloar trying to get Aaliyah's body here. Big focus to keep Aaliyah out of this contest so the Dogs forwards can have a good run at it.
So Lewis Young has got it. We could hear the rain on the roof earlier. Now we can hear the chopper hovering above because there's no crowd in tonight. Aaliyah launches high. What a spring with English with him all the way. And it's another intercept mark for Aaliyah. Sensational leap to see it live. He flared it wide. The kick to Bergman. Bergman's kicked up towards Rosie. Wood beats him to it. Wood's handball, though, was a bit risky, and Bailey Dale's given away a free. It'll be a free kick to Port Adelaide. Play on advantage. It should have gone to Burn Jones, but instead Gray played on and he kicked into the pocket and it's thumped over. Big pack flies.
That's a bounce off the ground and hits you back of the head too, and there's a lot of damage being done to these blokes. You can tell what it means this game, and that's.
It goes to show Mick how good Aaliyah is, given how much time and effort they were trying to put into him to stop him, and he still just floated over and took the mark. Superb play.
Tap down out of the pack to Amon. Amon Bananas found some space and hit the right post. Oh, that was nearly a very nice piece of work through the traffic from Carl Amon. So another behind to Port Adelaide in this term. We've played 14 minutes of the second. Still no goals. 4-2-26 the Dogs. The Power 1-6-12. This game is in a holding pattern at the moment.
Certainly is after the Dogs started with a blitz. The first 4 goals in 10 minutes. Daniel towards English. Big spoil over the top and over the boundary line. And Tim Hodges on the boundary, right in front of the boundary throw-in.
Taylor Duray back from the rooms. It looks like he will come on. He still looks sore. I think he might have copped one as well in the groin. So he's doing it tough at the moment.
Lysette takes it out of the ruck to Drew with the handball. Then to Butters. Lost it. Bailey Smith's handball has gone straight to the opposition. This is all under pressure. Boak. Rosie. Handballing. Lysette. Boak. All in a little triangle. And now Bonner with the kick. Straight down towards Dixon. He couldn't pick it up. Dogs can't keep it in play. Boundary throw in, 52 around.
I think we need the crowd back for another reason.
This is a really great pressure game. This is a finals type thing. And this is why players have got to be able to perform on a day like this. And you'll sort yourself out with the possessions down the bottom end, and at half time they'll be sticking out very easily who are not contributing.
Great rove off the pack by Boak. He goes long for goal. And he says it's about time someone intervened in all of this, and Boak might have kicked a beauty. There's a conference between the umpire and the goal umpire, but that looked a clean goal to the naked eye and a very important one in the context of the game. It has been called a goal. It's a question of whether Cordy has been able to get a hand onto it. If it touched his hand, it was certainly within the field of play, so it would be a behind. It's a question of whether he touched it or not. So forensic replays being looked at. Players, as they tend to do, setting up for a kick-in, but the on-field call was goal. So the evidence is going to need to be strong enough to overturn that decision.
Well, this is the angle that we're looking at now in our box.
He hasn't touched it, has he? Looking good, I reckon.
Oh, has he got the finger on that, Nick?
This is an important moment.
It's not conclusive to me.
Well, see, that doesn't show anything. I think it shows him missing the ball.
We've not had a goal for 20 minutes in the game. Port Adelaide kicked the last one, and that's their only one so far. They trail by 14 points. They desperately need this to go their way.
Get a camera directly behind the goals looking up the field. That would tell you everything about this one.
Umpire's call is a goal. I don't see enough conclusive evidence to overturn that.
Need an honesty policy, Lingy. Just ask him.
Here comes the decision.
Ooh.
Decision coming on the scoreboard.
So he said that's conclusive, perhaps.
Let's have a look here. It's about to come up on the... It's a behind.
Wow.
So how... Unless there is... And there probably is an angle that we don't see, in fairness to the individual overseeing things in the arc, but all of our footage suggested there was not enough evidence to overturn. Anyway, behind to Port Adelaide, and I'm not sure their fans would be too happy about that. 4-2-26, plays 1-13. Whiteman goes up, and the flying flea is up to his usual tricks. He takes a hanger on the half-back flank.
He told us a couple of weeks ago, Al, he loves taking hangers. It's a ripper.
He has got some leap. Cody Waitman, he is a real spring-heeled live wire. The kick went towards Norton on the wing. He couldn't take the mark. Comes back the way of Daniel. Daniel off towards McRae. He's bumped off it. Wine shoots a hand pass through to Boak. Boak evaded a couple. Hand pass to Bergman near the wing. He kicks to half forward. Keith goes up. Opposed to Marshall. No one could mark. Dale got it at ground level. Off to Dunkley by hand. To Treloar on defensive 50. Pushed as he scrubbed a kick towards the back flank. Easton Wood gets it. Hand pass to Bailey Smith at half back.
He turns his back and then he kicks backwards to Bailey Williams, who's got it in the defensive 50. So 7.5 minutes to play in this opening half. Dogs lead it by 13 points. We're still goalless in this second term, and the kick has been marked, was it, by Hunter?
Yeah, two boundary umpires in good position, so
Hunter's got the Sherrin in his hands on the City wing.
They're lacking that flow, the Dogs, at the moment. They can't find that 20-metre, 30-metre kick to get their run going.
Naunton was presenting, but there was about 4 Port Adelaide players surrounding him. Wines with a quick handball, and now tackled is Jonas. He can't get rid of it, so it'll be a ball up. Rosa Rose there.
Over 120 possessions in this quarter for no goals, and so many of them just between the arcs.
Yep.
It's because of pressure a little bit. They're throwing it around, but some of it is just wasted opportunities when they've had it.
Hannon was in the ruck there with Lysette. He won it down, and then the tangle of arms and legs as soon as the ball hits the deck. So another stoppage, another ball up.
What she said, it's only 11 inside 50s, 6 and 5. So
living in between the arcs
and getting a good view from here anyway.
Lysette just monsters Hannon in the ruck. Overrunning it was Treloar. Quick hands, Boak. Got it off to Houston, to Drew. A give and go. Back to Houston. Then he gives it off to Dersma. Dersma with a hurried kick. Who's there? Dixon goes at it one-handed. Keith then. Handballs up, looking for Bailey Dale. Needs to get out of a bit of a pickle, and he can't. He just got his toe to the ball, and it dribbles over the boundary line. So a throw-in, 50 around from Port Adelaide's goal.
Just look at the structures. Both structures are fine, but they're just getting gobbled up by hard-working midfielders that are just getting in and blocking up any sort of lead whatsoever.
Lycett's in ruck. It looks like Hannon's going to have to go against him. So this is a complete mismatch. Hannon right as they like taking a specky and palmed it down. Marshall took it. He is nailed by Hunter over the shoulder. Port Adelaide free kick. Top of the attack.
He hasn't paid that, Al. He's paid that as a ball up.
Wow.
That's
I was certain Razor Ray signalled over the shoulder there. Anyway, McRae out the back. Lucky this is not at the Adelaide Oval. Dale. Short pass out of defence, finds McRae near defensive 50. McRae missed his target with the outlet kick. A bounce that comes up for Boak, dished it off. Now Burton kicks inside the 50. He wanted Dixon, edged out by Keith, who didn't mark but did clear a path for Williams. Williams kicks the Bulldogs out of defence to the wing. Johannesson and Bonner. Johannesson used his strength to push Bonner out of the road, but then he didn't get back on the ball. Bergman did, gave to Bonner. He's caught. Ball dislodged. Marshall gave to Burton. He hand passes towards the boundary line. The umpire has now spotted a free coming back to Port Adelaide. Bonner will have it on the logo. He got some treatment and will have the free kick and uses it short and finds Rosie.
Rosie on the edge of the centre square. Can release the run of Amon here. So Amon on his left. He hasn't quite got the distance in him, but he can get it to the goal square where Williams thumps it through with ease. He thumps it over. In fact, it'll be a boundary throw-in. So still a chance here for Port Adelaide. Dogs lead it by 13 points. They kicked the first 4 in the contest, got out to a 22-point lead. Flicked back in. Dixon and Hannon go at it in the ruck. Comes the way of Bailey Dale. He had it. He lost it. Wines was in there. Now Gray. Handballs to Eamon. Wheels around on his left, and he hasn't curled it back enough. And so Carl Amon in his 100th game has missed to the right and missed to the left in this term.
Just watching Charlie Dixon in the ruck at these forward stoppages, I'd love to see him do what Tom Hawkins does.
Body it up, work him under it.
Yep, like it's a marking contest, take possession, and either dish off a handball or kick the goal himself.
He's on a baby.
Yeah.
Daniel brings it in for the Dogs. Towards the back flank, Bontempelli in front of Lycett, didn't mark it, gets to the back, Vandermeer gathers, runs the boundary line, got pushed as he kicked. Will that be downfield or will it come back? It's a free kick to the Western Bulldogs, coming back to Vandermeer, who says he points in the direction of the attacking 50 as if to say, no, that should be down there. The umpire says, no, I'm in charge.
Good decision. Watching the replay, it was right as he kicked it and the push in the back, so well umpired.
Latham Vandermeer, defensive side of the interchange. Dock side kicks the Bulldogs to half forward. Bontempelli's got a run at this. Norton over the top. Lycett in front, comes to ground. McRae off to Hunter. Hunter wobbles a kick towards goal. A bouncing ball gets away from Treloar, goes through for a minor score. We've played 23 and a half goalless minutes in the second term. The Bulldogs 4-3-27. The Power 1-8-14. We've seen 6 behinds in this term, and few injury concerns, Tim Hodges.
Yeah, Taylor Giroux is the biggest one for the Bulldogs after 12 minutes off a visit to the rooms. He is now back on the ground, so good news for the Dogs.
He goes Tom Jonas on the kick-in, straight down the ground, and launching was Georgiades. And he's been paid the mark. No, it was the player in front, Hannon. So Georgiades from behind, but Hannon obviously had enough of it.
I think Georgiades in a bit of trouble too.
Just stretching the right knee. Hannon's kick goes wide to Bailey Smith. And Smith at half forward, eyes darting.
Jack McRae just never stops working. It's great to watch.
He likes something in the pocket, and it's the captain Bontempelli. Couldn't take it in the air. Here's a chance for Jason Johannisen. Turns on the Jets, grits the teeth, runs around the boundary line and kicks it from less than a metre out on the banana. A moment of inspiration from Jason Johannisen. And finally, we break this goal drought in the second term at the 24-minute mark, the first major. And it comes the way of the Dogs. They lead it by 19, 5-3-33. Port Adelaide 1-8-14.
And Lingy, one would suspect to say, if you're a Dogs, what do you be saying? Well, about time, 'cause that's his first touch for the quarter. It's been dominated by basically midfielders. If you look at all the stats, there's a lot of players that really have not, I'll say not contributed, I'll say not got possessions, and hence have been either starved of the ball because they're inside the front 50s, which it hasn't been going, or they've been very, very ordinary at winning the football. It's been a tough quarter.
Yeah, you're right.
The toughest stood up, but that's his first touch of the game. Oh, sorry, first touch of this quarter. And that's what the Dogs needed, because they weren't going to get a mark in there. They've been very, very good in the air, the Port.
Yeah, you're right. English and Norton just can't get near it airily, can they?
We've gone 29 minutes aerially. No, you're all over it, Lingy. That's why you're the mayor of Geelong. And you took it from Billy Brownless. Out of the middle of the ground. Gray kicks forward for Port Adelaide. Rosie, you had him slightly on the vocab. Rosie kicks inside the attacking 50 awards. 4-4. Dixon's there, back with the flight. A couple crash the pack, including Rourke Smith. The Bulldogs get it through Treloar. Kick into the middle. Norton attacked it hard. Slipped over. Got a hand pass out. Gray swoops. Hand pass to Rosie of the Power. Off to Bonner. He wants his left boot. He finds his left boot. Uses it short to Amon near the centre circles. Amon. Long kick in the Dixon direction. Gets separation. Can't take the mark. Boat's clever tap towards the pocket. Butter's underneath it. Had a fumble. He's had a few fumbles. Bit of the old Butter fingers tonight. Out the back it comes to Wood. Wood a hand pass. Daniel. Attempted barrel. It's a wobbler out of defence for the Dogs. Jonas in front off his hands. Out of play it goes. 70 around from the Port Adelaide goal at left half forward. Port Adelaide 5-3-33. The Bulldogs 5-3-33. Port Adelaide 1-8-14. And that previous goal from Johannisen, the first we had in 29 minutes of playing time.
Spinning ball back in play, half forward here for Port Adelaide. It's knocked down. Gray takes off after it. Was clever to keep it back in play. Back to Wines. Wines with the penetrating kick. Wood with the fly. Missed it in the air. Who's there at the back? Georgiades just throws his right boot at it and misses everything out of bounds on the full. Lands about 12 rows back. Someone would have taken a mark down there. A Bulldogs fan, almost in the Bulldogs cheer squad on a normal night. But it's not to be.
We're looking at more contested ball tonight with these two teams, the way they generally play with a lot of openness. I know the Dogs are good in close, but this is all over the ground now, Lingy.
No, I agree, and I think that the pressure's been high. I think there's been more fumbling and more just giving it to somebody else who's under a little bit of pressure, so they're inviting greater pressure, so it feels like it's in a contest more than ever.
Yeah.
Cordy's kick went to the back flank. There was no mark. They piled in. A ball up. 70 out from the Port Adelaide goal. City side of Docklands. 2 minutes to go. You heard it through the effects microphone. Young may have won that tap down. Hunter emerges for the Bulldogs. Throws it on his preferred left. Around the wing, beyond the wing. Out of bounds on the full. Free kick Port Adelaide. Defensive side of the outer wing. The Bulldogs leading by 19 points at the 28-minute mark. There's a beautiful cutout pass from Alir to get the ball fired back in the direction of his teammate Amon to take the kick, who's looking decidedly uncertain. He kicks all the way back to centre half back. Burton marks for the Power. He's got Bergman at left half back, and now they can bring it the dock side.
Burn Jones with a long lead, and he'll go in that direction. Had to get there cautiously, and he did.
Well done by Johannisen.
Yeah.
He forced it slow. Now Burn Jones back behind the mark. Good defensive play by Johannisen.
All-Australian last year, Burne-Jones. Kicks long down the line and the spoil from Bailey Williams. He fists that. Knuckles it dead over the boundary right in front of the Dogs bench.
I don't know why Port have got they had two giants 20 metres out from goal and they're leaving Georgiades do this marking cape. This is where Dixon's got to come up the ground and present.
Boundary throw in right in front of the Dogs bench. Lycett in front with ease. Down to Wines. Gives it off to Amon. He's having a good game in his 100th. Pumps it long. They need a mark down there. Georgiades goes to ground. So too does Dixon. Waiting at ground level. Rosie to Butters to Boak. Tries to curl the snap back. Waiting at the top of the goal square. Good recovery. Georgiades did well to get rid of his opponent and it bounced off his chest in the end. So once again, the Dogs looking to clear it across half-back, although Aaliyah's involved. A little fumble, a little toe poke, and it lands in the chest of Todd Marshall, directly in front, 45 metres out. Aaliyah is everywhere.
And a little element of luck needed. Just, I think that was a bit of a... Let's see it on the replay. Aaliyah, did he do it on purpose?
Oh, he just
just threw the boot at it, hacked it forward.
How far did that go, Lingy?
Or might have gone 8.5 metres. But we haven't had too many goals this quarter, so need them to pay some of those.
Those long arms and long legs of Aaliyah causing havoc for the Bulldogs at the moment. So a set shot now for Todd Marshall. He had one in the opening term and missed. And this would get it back to 13 points in the final minute before half-time. Give them a sniff. Marshall, it's important. Never, ever gave it a chance. Won't make the distance, and it's marked uncontested in the back pocket by English. That is a disappointing result for Ken Hinkley.
It's a bad decision thing for him, but it's a great thing for English to take a mark behind the ball, get his confidence up.
Kicks to the back flank. Wines marks, has to move it quickly. Chips inside 50. Hunter read it well, got in the hole and marked for the Dogs, and that is half-time. Only one goal kicked for the quarter between these two top four sides. The Western Bulldogs needing a win to guarantee the double chance in a top four finish. 5-3-33. Port Adelaide 1-8-14. So Port Adelaide a goalless quarter and the Western Bulldogs kicked one goal in that term. So 1-2 for the Dogs and Port 5 behinds. The Doggies by 19 at the halftime break. The goal kickers for the Western Bulldogs, all singles. Bontempelli, Dunkley, Norton and English kicked goals in the first quarter. Johannesson kicked the only goal of that second quarter. And for Port Adelaide, Rosie kicked the Powers only goal, and that came at the 23-minute mark of the first. Alistair Nicholson, Kelly Underwood, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse calling the action for you tonight with Tim Hodges down on the boundary. It's a huge weekend of football. You'll hear all the matches across the course of the weekend on Grandstand AFL Live and commercial free as we get ready for a bumper finals series. But what an entree we're getting. This has felt like finals in terms of its contested nature and the tempo of the game. There's been a bit of fumbling, as you mentioned, Cameron Ling, but not overly high scoring. What have you noticed, Lingy and Mick Malthouse, through the opening couple of quarters?
Well, just on the stats alone, 74 to 112. Well, I said that to you. My indication would be it was a lot closer than that, but that's Port, 112 to 74. Contested footy, 27-34, again, well and truly in favour of Port. 7 to 15 inside 50s. That's a flip from the first quarter. Not saying it was 7 to 15, but certainly the Dogs controlled it. That was 7 to 15 Port's favour. And interestingly enough, 4 to 12 in the clearances. And I reckon that's another reflection that the Dogs need to bring Martin in next week. 7 to 12, they're just holding their ground. I mean, that's getting smashed as far as the clearances go, but they're still been able to generate numbers behind the ball, which has not allowed Port to take. Well, Dixon can't get it. Marshall's had it twice and really mucked both up. So the Dogs' defence has been good, and that's what's held up.
They've stood under the high ball well, haven't they, the Dogs' defence? And the Port Adelaide marks inside forward 50, they've taken 6, have been 45 to 50 out, so, and forcing those long shots. Todd Marshall, that last one there, got nowhere near it. For the Dogs, apart from that scintillating start and when they were sharp and their hands were good and they were spreading and they were using the ball and slicing through and kicked those handful of goals in a row, that quarter they looked quite stagnant, and unfortunately They've only marked the ball twice themselves, the Western Bulldogs, inside their forward 50.
That doesn't surprise us, though, Lingy, with the way that's set up.
No, that's right. So somehow, and I get Josh Bruce is a blow from a structural perspective for the Western Bulldogs, but somehow that Norton, English, is it Hannon as the mobile leading half forward? Are they going to throw a couple of other people in there just to throw something a bit left field at Port Adelaide, just to find a couple of more marks inside forward 50, because they're reasonable around the contest. They've beaten the clearances, but just the kicks inside forward 50, getting no value at all for the Dogs, but they do have the handy lead.
It's a handy lead, but it can be gobbled up with a couple of quick goals, and that's what makes this game so interesting, because Port aren't out of it. They're just not finishing properly, and it's that chestnut I said. Can Dixon stand up or Norton stand up in a game like this and win the game for their team?
All right, half-time, we'll get the thoughts of Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling a little further on the other side of ABC News, which is on its way in 40 seconds' time. So half-time here, 5-3-33, the Western Bulldogs, Port Adelaide 1-8-14 on Grandstand AFL. In the NRL this evening, a 1-point win for surging Manly over the Canberra Raiders, 19 points to 18. It's half-time in the clash between the Rabbitohs and the Panthers, 12 points to 10, the Rabbitohs leading Penrith. So Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse will delve a little further into the contest on the other side of ABC News, and then we'll bring you the second half from Docklands. The Bulldogs leading Port Adelaide by 19 points.
Good evening, Rachel Hayter with ABC News. The Taliban is reportedly targeting journalists as its fighters conduct door-to-door searches for people who worked for coalition forces or the fallen government in the Afghan conflict. More from the BBC's Secunda Kumani.
The director of German outlet DW said the Taliban were conducting a house-to-house search for one of its journalists when they killed one of their relatives and injured another. The journalist being hunted had already left for Germany. The militants had carried out raids on a number of other members of staff, according to the outlet. The Taliban has claimed it will allow a free press, and local news outlets are continuing to publish. But the group has also said reporting should not be against the national interest.
The New South Wales opposition is calling on the state government to reveal its roadmap for September and October. Labor leader Chris Minns says lockdown restrictions are confusing and don't always make sense. He used the example of Bayside, Burwood and Georges River councils being areas of concern, despite their combined case numbers being lower than Penrith's local government area.
It's confusing, somewhat chaotic, and mixed messages are now flooding into the community. We are at the moment expecting millions of people to abide by rapidly changing health orders, many of them from non-English speaking backgrounds.
There are 6 new cases of COVID-19 in the regional city of Shepparton in Victoria's north. Michaela Ortolin has more.
The cluster now stands at 7, but that's expected to rise. Contact tracers are investigating where the original case caught the virus, but the new cases are family members from a different household. Matt Sharp from Goulburn Valley Health says St Mel's Primary School and 2 Greater Shepparton Secondary College campuses were closed this morning as a precautionary measure.
They're being treated as Tier 1 exposure sites at the moment, and that is purely on a precautionary-based approach while further information is gathered.
Everyone in the area is encouraged to get tested.
South Australia will allow people from the Northern Territory to cross the border unrestricted from tomorrow. The state's Emergency Coordinator Commissioner, Grant Stevens, says people from the Territory won't need to isolate or have a test. He says people travelling from Queensland need to isolate until they return a negative COVID test result.
The 11 local government areas that make up southeast Queensland, the travel restrictions will be lifted to level 3, which means people from those 11 government areas can come into South Australia and undertake day 1, 5 and 13 testing and quarantining before they get their day 1 result. So that's good news for those people who are coming from Brisbane.
The Chamber of Minerals and Energy of Western Australia says it's upset and disturbed by the scale of sexual harassment being reported on mine sites. In submissions to a state parliamentary inquiry into the FIFO industry, major miners have reported sacking dozens of people over allegations of sexual assault and harassment. The Chamber's CEO, Paul Everingham, says assaults and harassment are almost certainly underreported. He says there are a number of ways the sector can improve site safety, including better vetting of employees.
I do believe more women on mine sites would make them safer places. That's one part of the solution. The other thing is our mine sites have got to be more secure. That means more security guards, more lighting, more CCTV, safe places.
Malaysia has a new Prime Minister after the country's king appointed former Deputy PM Ismail Sabri Yaqub to the top job. Southeast Asia correspondent Anne Barker.
Ismail Sabri replaces Muhyiddin Yassin, who stepped down on Monday after losing majority support in the parliament. The new Prime Minister was Muhyiddin's deputy, but more significantly, he's a member of the UMNO party, the United Malays National Organisation, which ruled Malaysia for decades until it was ousted in 2018 over a corruption scandal. Ismail's appointment means UMNO regains power over Malaysia's leadership, though the king has said the new Prime Minister will have to face a confidence vote in Parliament to prove he has majority support.
And shelling in Syria has killed 4 children from the same family. Government forces were firing into the rebel-held enclave in northwestern Syria when the deaths happened. 4 other children were reported killed in a similar incident in a nearby village the day before. This is ABC News.
For the latest sports results and stories from around the globe and at home, check out ABC Sport on our social pages. Just search ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
Where is it? I can't find it anywhere.
Hey, Kurt. Oh, no. You've got it too, the withdrawals.
I just needed to see another double pike. Even the 100-metre sprint, just 10 seconds. I just need 10 seconds.
Kurt, it's okay. The Paras, they're coming August 24.
August 24, okay.
Can you make it?
Piece of cake.
You Little Ripper, your ultimate Paralympic podcast, begins August 24 with Kurt Fernley and Georgie Tunney. Download for free from the ABC Listen app.
Hi.
Hello. We're from the police.
We're from McCallum Real Estate.
Yep, sorry, that.
Come home to Rosehaven one last time.
What? Sorry, just a bit excited. It's like a panic attack, but with joy. Attack.
Luke McGregor and Celia Piccola are back for the final season.
Exactly.
What?
Couldn't decide whether to say bingo or exactly.
Oh, right.
Of Rosehaven, Wednesday 9 p.m. on ABC TV and streaming on iView.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Oh! 13. Wakeman goes up and the flying flea is up to his usual tricks. He takes a hanger on the half-back flank.
It's a ripper.
He has got some leap. Cody Wakeman, he is a real spring-heeled live wire.
Hannon's kick goes wide to Bailey Smith. He likes something in the pocket, and it's the captain, Bontempelli. Couldn't take it in the air. Here's a chance for Jason Johannesson. Turns on the Jets, grits the teeth, runs around the boundary line and kicks it from less than a metre out on the banana.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Nice to have your company with us on Grandstand AFL for the start of round 23. It does feel like the finals have come early with the quality of matches, the meaning behind them, even matches that don't really have teams playing for finals spots. Richmond and Hawthorn tomorrow at the MCG, an enormous match with some retiring greats, a coach who's departing the Hawthorn Football Club after a decorated tenure as well. So much to look forward to across the course of the weekend. Alistair Nicholson calling for you tonight with Kelly Underwood, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Down on the boundary, Tim Hodges. The Bulldogs 5-3-33, Port Adelaide 1-8-14 at half-time. The game hasn't reached great heights. Cody Wakeman took a hanger in that quarter, but we only saw one goal in that term, and it has been a highly contested game of football, and perhaps in the true sense the finals entree when it does tend to get a little more contested and physical at times.
What we've learned in that opening half is I think you might need to follow up with our executive producer during the week. Does our football coverage for the first time ever need a dump button or a beep?
Yeah, so I was thinking that last week because our audio engineer tonight, the great Jules Mackenzie, he's bringing some magnificent sounds of the game, and I like the way that you let that play out at one point when the play was on the dock side, but you hear so much, don't you? And some of these foul-mouthed players, they need their...
Are their kiddies still up at this time?
Oh, the young players these days. Back in my day, we never used that word.
Excuse me, sir. Could you get out my way, please?
How dare you go for that football?
Yeah, we might need to look into that because I love it. I love hearing them, and it's just such a different sound when we're used to the crowd. So some listeners might find it annoying or unique, or it is something very, very different. Football sounds so different in 2021.
It goes to highlight to the amount when we fuss about it and go on and on about the great leaders out on the field. You know, it's actions and it's wonderful plays, but it's also that direction and that strength of voice. How much talk goes on at a stoppage?
Yeah.
How much setting up, organising? You've got to be here, you've got to cover there, you're on this player. Yeah, we've got one off the contest. They're pushing 1D. All of that talk goes on in that 5 seconds around a stoppage, all at top voice. You never hear that when the bubble of the crowd is over the top of them. And that is crucial to the really good teams. All on the same page, they can be exhausted. They can have worked the whole length of the ground over to a stoppage and straight away just go bang, 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 bang. We've got this set. We all know what we're doing. We've all communicated. Let's get back to winning the footy.
Did you talk all the time, non-stop?
I didn't. I never stopped talking in that direction. Yeah, that was one of my strong suits around the middle of the ground, was just direction, setup. What are we doing? I didn't get involved in the sledging side of it. I didn't get involved in most of the banter, but it was how we set up. What are we doing? Who have you got? Who needs to be here? That type of thing. I love that aspect of the game.
I was going to ask you this, Lingy. When you just said something about that banter and the talk and the direction, I've often heard players say, and you're the latest to play, with a finals crowd when it's fever pitch, it's hard to hear that instruction. You might be able to get to 3 or 4 players that are near you, but to bring someone up from a half forward to come up and pick someone out, the player's lost in that noise. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's a really great point. That's where the great teams who've played together for a long period of time just know and just understand.
Like Liberatore's hand pass out to Hunter.
Exactly, yeah. You don't hear a call when there's 90,000 at the MCG at top voice. But what I would say is the stoppages are one thing, even in front of a huge crowd, that you can get right with your voice. And it's an opportunity to pass a message on. You know, the guy who's sitting off just at the back of the contest, 5 or 10 metres off, a quick scream to him about one of their forwards is coming up to the contest. Who is it? And who do we need to take care of? You can just quickly get that message around the midfield group and you get it sorted.
Yeah.
Now, I shouldn't say young, but inexperienced teams or teams who get overawed by the occasion of finals, they start going into their shell and going quiet, and the game's going on around them, and they don't take control of those situations and own the stoppages and the flow of the game. It's just, the ball gets thrown up, here we go again, and we have no idea what's going on around us, and we're not fixing anything or being proactive with anything.
The reason why I've got a smile on my face, it just brings back so many memories of the late, and these are players that had a high-pitched voice, late Travis Pays from St Kilda. I was amazed when I first started playing. This voice, it just never stopped, and another thing never stopped doing is calling for the ball. It was, and KB's another one, he used to call for it anywhere and everywhere. But you just generally found that the one that had that voice, it was just like you're in a position of ready to mark, and he's already screaming, hand pass, or pick up, or whatever the case may be. But you know what? There's blokes like, say, Matthew Cruiser was named Humphrey for one very good reason. He said nothing. He just said absolutely nothing, but he was such a competitor. But nonetheless, I reckon you have to talk in Braille to find out where he's going to tap it to, or you have to give him smoke messages where you wanted it, So each one has a different... It is fantastic to see that take place.
And then you'd have the likes of Billy Picken as blokes were standing in the pack, and Billy would be coming and charging out and saying, "Here comes Billy," and some fantastic characters have played the game, and interesting, yes, to see that we get that up-close personal view. It's almost like being back at suburban football where you can hear the sights and the sounds so clearly. And the person who sees them best, it must be such a different experience for you down in the front row, Tim Hodges. Usually the ground is absolutely heaving for these big Friday night clashes when so much is on the line, but you can hear everything down there.
Yeah, we've been blessed, Al, to be able to still come to the footy, to still sit on the boundary all season long after such a difficult year last year. The couple of observations, Mark Williams from Melbourne is clearly the most vocal person on the bench, and there was the game on the Saturday night where they drew against Hawthorn, where it was almost where Simon Goodwin actually told him to just quieten down a bit, Mark, because everyone can hear you in the stadium. but clearly the most vocal tonight, and this has surprised me actually, and maybe he's just up for such a big game, but it's been the man we spoke to in the pre-match is Michael Voss. That he has been barking instructions, especially because he is so close to his midfield and because his midfield can hear him, that he has been the most vocal just about of the year for mine so far. So, maybe it is just he's up for what is a massive game for Port Adelaide, but he has been, screaming and barking instructions right throughout the first half.
Hodgie, I can assure you that's exactly what he was like on the field as well. he was one, when you asked me, Cal, what I was like, I tried to model my on-field direction leadership of being a young player and seeing Vossi up close. He just, to every stop, it's like Maximus in The Gladiator in the opening scenes when Russell Crowe is fighting, and he's just commanding the army, and he's, you there, you, and he's this huge, powerful voice, and he had Black and Ackermanis and Lappin around him. He had some nice pieces to move around, but he took control of every single situation in those great Brisbane teams, and I used to, want to beat him, but kind of just stand there and watch him. He was amazing.
That's a must-watch every couple of years, that movie. You've got to, it doesn't matter how many times you've watched it, that's a great movie.
Unleash Hell on My Command.
Yes.
That was bossy.
In the calibre, I'd say, of Gladiator is the ABC Sport newsletter. You should subscribe to it. You can sign up at abc.net.au/connect, and you can find out about what ABC Sport's doing, what's coming your way, our broadcasts, online, social, everything you need to know. So if you go to abc.net.au/connect, you can subscribe to the ABC Sport newsletter there. Big second half coming up on Grandstand AFL. The Bulldogs by 19. Here's Kelly Underwood.
Bounce is perfect. Lysette taps it down. It beats Trelawney, goes back and gets it. He's tackled by Rosie, gets his kick away, and it's kicked towards us in the commentary box on the dock side. Just keeping it in play there for the Bulldogs was Hawk Smith. He's kicked long up the line and it bounced out. So a boundary throw in. A little bit of a tussle behind play between Liberatore and Drew. Both go to ground.
Well, Drew's definitely trying. I don't know. I thought he's going to try to get to Bonapelli, but he may still be. Maybe just doing Liberatore.
Yeah, he is, and Libba's trying to get rid of him using all sorts of tactics. And we'll reset for another boundary throw-in. I think right in front of you, Hodgie, where I tried to find you in the opening half. There's 50,000 empty seats. Where are you actually in this arena?
No, this boundary throw-in is right in front of the boundary mic, and a lot of people love it, but I'm always grimacing of what sort of swear word we might cop.
Yep, got to bring in that dumb button. Got to bring in the beep. Boundary throw-in. Ricochets the way of Motlop. Back to Lysette. Lysette pumps it to centre half forward. Marshall's there over his head, but there's a free in the pack.
That was good by Marshall.
Yeah.
Engaged the body of Eastonwood early and took front position and forced
pushing back
the grab around free kick.
So he's too far out to score. His eyes are darting. He goes into the right forward pocket. He's asking a lot of Dixon. Got up high, only one hand to it. Keith, his direct opponent. Underground handball was a bounce pass, really, to Bailey Dale was fantastic. Norton dabs it down. Vandermeer out wide to Hannon. Dogs have worked. Oh, he tried too much there, Mitch Hannon. Tried to split a couple of defenders. Goes to ground. Handballs to Vandermeer, and now they've coughed it up. And Norton's forced to tackle Jonas.
Yeah, dangerous tackle.
Yep.
We paid here.
Aaliyah comes in and remonstrates.
Didn't need to do the last motion.
Well, I think he wanted to take him to ground. So I just look at what happened with Nankervis and Hawkins and these sort of things. I don't know whether he's really...
But those ones, for me, were one motion with momentum in a tackle. That was Norton having caught him cold, wrapped him up, and the ball up being called, and then the second motion of dumping him to ground.
And Lysette and Norton have just gone at it, haven't they, for the last minute, grabbing each other's jumpers, pushing and shoving.
I don't think that's not a suspension or anything like that. That's just simply a free kick and move on, that type of tackle.
Oh, so that's a free kick.
Yeah.
From centre half back, Amon kicked the power to Bonner at left half back. He pulls the trigger into the middle. Up goes Drew, can't mark, did gather. Dragged down by Daniel. Ball comes free. They pile in over the top of it. The umpire will ball it up slightly. Port Adelaide's attacking side of the centre square. 5-3-33 the Bulldogs. Port Adelaide 1-8-14 into the third quarter of this contest under the roof at Docklands. From the stoppage, Byrne-Jones throws it on his boot. Tumble punt inside the 50. Gray gets an unfavourable bounce. It comes to Wood. Gray tackles him. He dropped it, then kicked it. That's holding the ball. Robbie Gray wins a vital free kick for Port Adelaide. 40 metres from goal to the right of centre.
Good spotting out. It was the old drop kick.
Yeah, just prior to that, Lysette made a run to the back into the front 50. He was 40 metres off his man. He had his direct opponent had no idea, and it was only that the ball was turned over. That would have been a very embarrassing moment for the Dogs.
Right through his career, he's stepped up and delivered in huge moments for Port Adelaide. Robbie Gray, with his side desperately needing a goal. On the runway, beautiful looking drop punt. Of course he stepped up and delivered again. It's the Gray way. 5-3-33 the Western Bulldogs. Port Adelaide 2-8-20. Port's first goal since the 23-minute mark of the first term. It comes 4 minutes into the third. And the margin is cut to 13 points. It's tightening up at Docklands.
It's tightening up all right, because I reckon that Port would have smelt in that second quarter, maybe late first quarter, that they have spent that 5 hours in that room and left their brains in there. Then all of a sudden they went back at quarter time, got them in there and started to play the football they need to play, which is tough, hard finals football. They just didn't capitalise in that second quarter. The Dogs here are I reckon they're at the mercy of this side, because Lysette's going to keep jumping, and while he keeps jumping, it's going to force English to have to come up at some stage, and they're going to lose that extra tall in the forward line. So I don't want anyone injured, but Shaki, this is where Shaki should be playing.
So it's a bizarre night, bizarre game. Dogs with the first 4 in the first 10 minutes. Port Adelaide's only kicked 2, but they've kicked 2 of the last 3, and they are back in this contest. Smith in a scrap at ground level in the centre circle, so too Liberatore. The umpire. Oh, and Lysette and Liberatore go on with it.
So that's Lysette chasing the ball, though. Lysette's good at this. This is where Young's got to get next to him and hold him away from that contest.
And now he wrestles with Young. Young beats him to it. To Liberatore. Quick hands tried to give it to Hunter. Unkind bounce. Smith has been absolutely crunched. That's Bailey Smith. And it's holding the ball. Free kick to Amon. Amon goes straight towards where Dixon is, and also Laddams was there. Dixon at the back. He's got to be careful because he's got in a push and shove with Keith, and he could give away the free here. He tosses Keith aside like a rag doll. Keith goes to ground. Meanwhile, Laddams just casually has taken this wonderful mark directly in front and is going back to line it up.
And Marshall is doing the right thing here. He's actually trying to wrestle Dixon away from this so that Dixon doesn't give away that free kick, Cal. You're right. That could have been so easily reversed.
It just had Charlie bubbling like a teapot, and it had danger written all over it, because this is vital for Port Adelaide. Directly in front, Pistol Pete is straight as an arrow, and it's 2 in a couple of minutes for Port Adelaide, and we're back to 7 points. A ball game on our hands. Doggies 5-3-33. Port Adelaide 3-8-26. 6 minutes into this third term.
Yeah, well, the wrong players are out of it at the moment for the Dogs, and the right players for Port are taking over. It's 14 to 8 possessions, but more importantly, it's the inside 50s, it's the contested football, it's the run, and it's at the other end, it's exposing a forward line that's dysfunctional at the moment. That's going to be a major problem for the Dogs.
Chad Corns is the runner for Port Adelaide in Hot Bank. What did he do, Lingy? We both watched him.
He gets along very, very well with Charlie Dixon.
He does.
And he got straight out to him, had a little chat, just trying to distract him. Don't go back and get stuck into Alex Keith.
They're training partners, aren't they?
Well, they are.
They work on their six-pack together.
Weren't they both looking good? Was that the start of last season? They both just ripped up. I'm nothing like what I'm looking for at the moment.
Perfect bounce in the middle. Wines gets it clear for Port Adelaide. Goes for it again. Dixon crashed the pack. Couldn't take the mark. Keith takes it. He's immediately tackled. They've come out with venom, Port Adelaide, in the third term. Georgiades with the strong tackle. And the ball locked in 30 metres from the power goal.
Interesting enough, Liberatore's not going to this ball. That's his bread and butter. He's got to get into those contests.
Dixon out of the ruck, got a hand pass out to Motlop. His hand pass knocked down. Duray went through, got taken high. The Bulldogs get a reprieve here. Duray near full-back for the Dogs, and he goes to the right back pocket for Keith.
So Keith's got a bit of space on Charlie, who's just jogging casually behind. Dixon hasn't had an impact so far, hasn't kicked a goal for Port Adelaide. Keith short to Vandermeer.
Maybe they're trying to do the repeat in the first quarter there, Lingy, with Liberatore forward of the ball.
Yeah.
Kick
I
long.
think it's him and Jack McRae who are just one starting half forward pushing up, then Libby goes and does it.
So Vandermeer goes down the line to English, who marks in front of Mackenzie, and then short to Liberatore, who's got it. Now the whistle barely goes the required distance, back to English. Just working the angles with these short, sharp kicks. No interest whatsoever to bring it back the corridor. It's on the city side of the stadium. I think the target might have been Bontempelli, but peeling off Johannesson and taking the mark was Houston. Now they use the corridor to Marshall, to Motlop, over the Butters. Butters with a bounce, draws the defender to Rosie. Rosie can line up as he closes to 48. It's 3 in a row for Port Adelaide, and they're back within 1 point. Ken Hinckley's given them a rocket at half-time, and they have responded in the most impressive fashion. Rosie's got his second, and it's 5-3-33. The Dogs, they're in quicksand. They're going up and down on the spot. Port Adelaide with a rush, 4-8-32.
And part of that rocket that Kenny might have given them is just an encouragement to play on when the opportunity presents. Actually, if you've got a teammate running past and the man on the mark is stationary, use the handball.
Yeah.
Let him run and be prepared to take the game on a little bit. I think it was Todd Marshall who just didn't hesitate, gave the forward handball, and then the runners got involved in a classy finish from Connor Rosie. We know how exciting his talent is. That's what he has to be doing come September.
I reckon there might be something wrong with Georgiades. He looks totally dejected. I reckon he's touched his hamstring. I reckon he might have done a string.
What can you see downstairs, Tim Hodges?
Yeah, he's speaking to the physio. No, they're going to do some work on him. I thought they were about to send him down the rooms, which would have been bad, but I'll come back with more.
Lice it out of the middle, gave to Boak. Boak tumble punt to the edge of 50. Wood cleaned it up, gave to Dale. Awkward left foot kick out of defence. Hunter runs onto it. Defensive hand pass to halfback Duray. His kick smothered. Picked up by almost Smith of the Dogs. Bailey Smith. Boat got it. His hand pass pinched by Smith. Worked it towards Dunkley. He's set upon. And the umpire will ball it up down beneath us on the Docks wing on the SMS 0437 774 774. Michael in Vermont reckons the season's on the line for the Dogs for a crack at the flag, lose, and they will miss out on the top four and go into the finals with a bunch of losses. Big second half, he says. Well, they haven't started it well, Michaelis. They're going forward here, and Treloar marks 60 from goal. Thumping kick towards full forward. Back with the flight. English is there. It's over his head. And it goes over the boundary line on the bounce for a throw-in. Dogs in attack at least. An opportunity to try and find a score.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
The Doc was just speaking with Mitch Georgiades, guys. He's looked around at the bench to Michael Voss and the thumb went down. I think Sam Mays is going to be told to start warming up. I don't think this is good news.
No, it's a left hamstring, I reckon, Timmy. Yeah.
So flick back in now. This is Lyset. He's been warrior for them tonight, and another toe poke towards the boundary line, the safety of the boundary line. Inside 50 it is for the Doggies, and they'll reset for another boundary throw in. So they've never had the double chance, the Bulldogs, under Luke Beveridge. The best they've ever finished is 5th. Win tonight, they can finish as high as 2nd. Lose, and it's as low as 5th. And it's a similar scenario for Port Adelaide, and this game is well and truly in the balance. As the ball's tossed back in at ground level, Dersma does well. Got it to Wines. Wines just hacks the kick. A free's been paid. It's to Port Adelaide. Play on advantage, was it? No, the umpire eventually. Razor Ray says bring it all the way back to half-back where Robbie Gray wins the free. Gray flicks it wide on that right boot. to Butters, marking uncontested, right in front of the Dogs bench. Drew McRae, handball to Lycett. He's getting involved in everything. He kicks to a pack right on 50. Rosie overruns it, so too does Drew. Eyes for the footy was Amon. He tried the fend off on Bailey Smith, who dumped him into the turf. It ricochets to Rosie. He tries to make the ball talk from the boundary line. That was just asking a little bit too much of Connor Rosie. He missed to the near side as it wobbled and tumbled and curled its way through.
How isn't that holding the ball against Bailey Smith on Carl Amon? Every day of the week that's got to be paid.
Hodgie on the bench.
So the substitution has been made for Port Adelaide. Mitch Georgiades is right in front of me. He's just put his head back on the back of the bench. He's a shattered man. The ice is coming for that left hamstring. So this is devastating news for Port Adelaide, a week out from finals. Sam Mays has the top off and he is now into this game, but that is big news for Port Adelaide's finals forward line.
Dogs worked it to the wing from the kick in. A beautiful half-volley pick-up from Treloar, but he couldn't hit a target. Burton gets in the road off to McKenzie by hand to Burne-Jones, who goes short. Houston marks defensive side of the city wing for Port. Scores level at the 13-minute mark of this third quarter on Grandstand AFL. Port Adelaide kicking 3 goals in the space of 5 minutes in this third term. Through Lycett it comes to right half back. Dersma.
Those super slow switches of the footy in modern footy, it's just so easy to cover. Team shift across. It's got to be sharper than that transfer of play.
So Dersma kick to the dockside wing where Charlie Dixon flew. He's been getting his hands to them. Dunkley fires out to McRae, to Hunter, all by hand, trying to get themselves out of a spot of bother. Bailey Smith back to Hunter. Kick was smothered by Port Adelaide, by Marshall.
Well, they can't go forward because Port have got a very good setup behind the ball, but Bontempelli has not touched the ball. Johan has not touched the ball, nor has Norton, Waitman. They've got a whole list of players that are just right out of the game, off the boil, the Dogs.
Sam Mays the sub. He's into the action. There's no Georgiades. Toss back in front of Port Adelaide's bench. Laddams was in the ruck. Here's Wines. High ball. Almost Mays straight involved in the action. Is he going to win a free kick? Bit of confusion. No, he's given away a free. Duray.
Must have had a handful of the jumper.
So it was a one-on-one tussle at half-forward. Mays in for Georgiades, as I mentioned. So here's Duray looking for Waitman. Waitman's got to try and outmark Jonas. Jonas got there to Wines, the captain and the vice-captain teaming up. Short, sharp pass down the line is marked by Mays. Mays straight into the action. He's kicking towards Dixon in a one-on-one wrestle. Charlie got his hands to it, dropped it right at the last minute. And then Hannon set upon, in fact it was Dunkley, squirts out the side to Hunter. Hunter to Duray. Handballs to Bailey Smith. Back towards Hunter, but he's given it straight up. Bailey Smith's coughed it up to Ollie Wines. Centering kick, top of the goal square. And the former captain in Easton Wood takes a wonderful defensive mark.
Dishes it off by hand to Williams. Williams kicks to the half-back flank. Here is Johannisen on cue. He chips towards Treloar. Burne-Jones there with him as he marks. Settling out aside, he feints to hand pass. Now he's running and balking and gaining metres, and now dishes off the hand pass. Rourke-Smith going by, got in a bind. Hand pass back to Treloar was sloppy. He's perhaps taken without the ball. Burne-Jones slapped it out for Bergman, got some treatment. Port Adelaide free kick. It'll go the way of Darcy Burne-Jones at left half-back. Scores level through 15 and a half minutes of the third quarter on Grandstand AFL. The kick infield slightly to Bonner. Bonner near the back point of the square out aside. He kicks towards defensive 50 and Jonas. Jonas now to right half back. Dersma. Port Adelaide are controlling the game at the moment. The chip to Aaliyah. And Aaliyah, right half back, dock side of the ground, kicks back to Bonner inside defensive 50.
Absolutely dictating terms at the moment. Bonner goes to Jonas. Oh, it slips straight through the hands of McKenzie. Treloar pounces, gives it off to Bontempelli. Open goal square, and getting back on his bike was Bonner taking the mark in that defensive goal square. And kicked towards Burton, sat up for an anxious moment. Waitman thought he was in. He wasn't, but Burton's kicked it straight to Lewis Young. So Young of the Bulldogs handballs to McRae. McRae flares that kick out wide, and Waitman marks uncontested on a tightish angle, just a couple of steps in from the boundary line. And Waitman will kick from about 45 metres out.
They all need to take a deep breath. Even Bontempelli That were easy within range before, but he panicked the kick. He took one step, kicked it too high, only went 40-odd metres. 2 turnovers right in front of us, which has given the Dogs the only opportunity that even looked like having was off the back of a bad bit of play by Port, who have been quite dominant, really.
So Cody Waitman, he's kicked a goal in every game for the last month. Stuttering approach, sends it on its way, and he absolutely loves it. There's some energy and bounce for the Doggies. And they're back out to a 6-point lead. Waitman with his first of the night. And the Bulldogs 6-3-39. Port Adelaide 4-9-33.
A beautiful kick by Cody Waitman. He's quickly becoming a favourite for the Dogs fans out there, I reckon, with the way he plays, his energy. He doesn't mind taking a little hanger. He's very, very clever around goal, and he's never going to leave anything in the petrol tank. He just has a crack from start to finish. They've managed him well too. Just played some terrific footy when he came back into the team. Strung games together. Probably got belief from that he is a valuable member of the best 22. And then with enough time just before finals, manage him, probably dropped his training load a little bit and said, get yourself fresh and get yourself raring to go for a big launch into the finals. And have this hit out, I'm sure he'll play an important role in next week and beyond.
Young wins the tap down. Trelaw burrows through, couldn't win it. Young did, gave to McRae, and now a little bit of vim and vigour from the Dogs. McRae's kick hits the ground, goes through the legs of Hunter though. It was sloppy. Houston got it, gave it to Dersma by hand. Now Port Adelaide through Lysett by hand to Wines, who gave to Houston. He had a fumble. They converge upon him. His long hand pass to Wines. Off to Motlop near the boundary line. Throws it on the boot towards full forward. Marshall's there, but coming across and marking superbly for the Dogs was Rourke Smith. Launched early, pulled it in. Fullback for the Western Bulldogs, who lead by a goal at the 19-minute mark of the third.
Yeah, getting saved by those type of marks.
Yeah, it was the Motlop kick, just high and hope. And launch in the pack here from Hannon. Rourke Smith kicked up the dockside of the ground. At ground level, it's all Port Adelaide. Houston to Jonas. Jonas flicked it up. Wow, there was a plenty of spring in that from Mays. He got up high, couldn't take a screamer. Now Jonas thumps it down on the centre wing. Trelaw's there, mops it up. Handball to Bontempelli. Little give to Dunkley. Has a bounce as he streams across the midfield. Didn't hear Todd Marshall coming. Marshall got him in a tackle. It had affected the flick pass out to Williams, who's now got a kick under pressure. Burne-Jones going back with the flight. So too Johannesson. Beautiful little sit there. The bounce was for Waitman, and his delivery was even better. English with a little bit of space in the right forward pocket. And Tim English will have a set shot only 15 metres out.
Just a couple of wasted chances, Port Adelaide, when they've gone forward, where they had some open targets and didn't use it well. And then on the rebound, the Dogs starting to look dangerous. And again, it was Waitman involved. That kick inside forward 50, spotting English. It should be a goal for the Dogs.
Oh, Cameron Ling.
Or should be from here.
Tim English, 17-13 in his 17 games so far. Distance not a problem. He follows through with the kick. And the lanky ruckman delivers for his Dogs. 2 quick goals. They hit back with a quick reply, the Bulldogs. Back out to a 12-point lead after scores were level halfway through this third term. English with his second goal, 7-3-45. Port Adelaide 4-9-33. 20 minutes gone in this all-important third quarter, Mick Moldhouse.
Well, I'm just still going through figures, and you just think the Dogs have wrestled back the last 5 minutes. There's no question about that. There's been a lot of unnecessary turnovers for two top sides. The skill level, really, McRae come away, looked like he had full control of the kick, kicked it short, it was gobbled up by Port, took back inside the front 50. There was another mix-up, came back outside the front 50, and as a consequence, Waitman playing up the ground is with his speed and with his ability to win the football. It's not a bad ploy to bring him up as a extra mid, because he can make a big difference.
Lysett just got the knockdown. Drew's over it. He's tackled. Port Adelaide players crying for a push in the back. The umpire having none of it. A ball up Port's attacking side of the circles. Thrown in the air. Lysett engages with Young again. Palms it down. Burne-Jones picks up. Tumble punt inside the attacking 50. Gray in front, got a hand to it, couldn't mark. Daniel the Rove, rode the tackle. Hand pass out to Dale by hand to Dunkley, releasing hand pass. Found Rourke Smith, broke a tackle. Not a second, he's caught, but over the shoulder. Just taken over the shoulder by Butters. Free kick to the Dogs. Rourke Smith uses out wide to Dunkley, to Johannesen. Now they've got some run, the Dogs. Johannesen plays on, kicks to full forward. Norton, one-handed. Almost juggled it. Waitman roved. Hand passed over the top. Vandermeer goals. Vandermeer's goal, but Waitman had swung the game. Port Adelaide was in control, but the live wire, Cody Waitman, first kicked one and then contributed to a couple more, and the Dogs lead by 18 points. Breathing space at the 22.5-minute mark of the third. 8-3-51 plays, 4-9-33. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
There is a perception that a player like that size should be sitting next to Norton, back in the forward pocket. I reckon that's almost kills those sort of players. A player with that sort of speed and creativity, it's far better outside 50, Lingy, where he can create, which we've seen him do, and then even then get back into run the legs off his opponent and set up the next goal.
And arrive in there at the right time. Yeah, absolutely right. He's been brilliant.
So the Dogs by 18. Georgiades is out. Tim, is there another concern down there for Port Adelaide?
No, it was Todd Marshall who it was a bone-crunching tackle on Josh Dunkley before. Hurt his left shoulder. He has had it checked with the doc, but the doctor's fine with it.
So Travis Boak with the clearance out of the centre, gets to centre half forward, and Butters spun around and tackle to Gray, to Boak, who splits a couple of defenders and goes for home. That is a moment of inspiration by Travis Boak. He and his team aren't going to die wondering here this evening under the closed roof at Docklands. After 3 goals in a row to the Doggies, Boak says, follow me, the former skipper, and it's back within 12. Port 5-9-39, the Dogs 8-3-51.
That goal important for so many reasons, and one of the big ones, Mick, as you look ahead to finals, the question around Port Adelaide, can they coach themselves out on the field? When the game is going against them and the other team's got a roll on, got total momentum, can they sort things out themselves on the field rather than waiting the extra, 5 and a bit minutes to go until three-quarter time for the coach to reset them? And by then, it could be too late.
Yep.
So that was crucial. Fix up the centre bounce, get a great entry inside forward 50, and Boat kicks the goal. That's big. They've got to be able to sort it out on the field themselves.
Yep.
Drew is really giving Tom Liberatore a hard time. Who would have thought we'd see a day when a Liberatore was being tagged and not tagging someone else? The Dogs get it out of the middle. Bailey Smith, legged, free kick Western Bulldogs towards the back edge of the square.
He actually cut the wrong way.
Smith. A little lazy with his kick. It bounces its way to Giray near the interchange. He kicks the Dogs to half forward. Liberatore, he went into the space of Treloar, who would have marked uncontested. Didn't take the mark, Liberatore. It came to ground level. Treloar, little scrubby kick. Rosie gets on the end of it. A hand pass off. And the youngsters all combine. Dersma, by hand to Butters. Butters kicks to Laddams inside the 50. Port Adelaide's success has been built around these youngsters, and that play, they all contributed. And Laddams the recipient now, and the shot at goal. 40 metres out. Tightish angle to the right. We're right behind the number 38 for Port Adelaide.
Yeah, the Dogs got 3 goals in front and just relaxed the pressure. And a bit sloppy with their tackles, a bit sloppy with the disposal. Even that one just there was a turnover.
For back-to-back goals after the Dogs had their turn with the momentum. To reduce the margin to 6 points, Laddams' kick off the boot looks an absolute cracker.
Yes.
This game's gone up a notch. It means plenty. 8-3-51 the Western Bulldogs. Port Adelaide 6-9-45 on Grandstand AFL. We've hit the 26-minute mark of the third.
He has flushed that kick.
A beautiful kick. He's always been a good kick, though. That's the thing. Even when he's in the ruck, he knew around the ground he could kick the ball very, very well. So to having lie set there and him, everyone just gravitates straight to Dixon, and Laddams falls out it. And there he is. You know, he's finished off 2 goals this quarter. He's been very, very impressive.
You're talking about the contest was down here in front of us, Mick, right on the boundary, and the Dogs had it. Yeah. They were out and they'd won it. The Port's ability to just flip it back the other way, and as soon as they did, they were able to cut through the Bulldogs really easily because I think the Dogs were thought, oh, hang on, here we go again. We're pounced on them. We've got the ball. Let's all surge forward. But flipped it the other way, and they were able to get goal side very quickly.
Oh, this is a finals-like intensity, and Lysette thumps the ball in the ruck to the centre-half forward position. Liberatore picked it up, and he's absolutely set upon.
A chance.
First by Butters and then also by Motlop. So Motlop's rewarded. He bounces up, a look of intent. He pokes it into the left forward pocket, out in front of Labbins. Oh, how brave was that? Coming back was Rourke Smith. And it just meant Laddams took his eye off it. Still they go. Gray to Lysette. Lysette, the ruckman from a standing start. He couldn't, could he? No, he's missed to the left-hand side. Well, it's helter-skelter. It's frenzied footy. We had 6 goals in the opening half. We've had 8 kicked in this term in 27 minutes of play out.
And there was still 4 minutes on the clock when Luke Beveridge made a very hasty trip down to the bench, Tim Hodges.
Yeah, well, Mick sensed it, and I think Bevo sensed it as well, that this game was slipping, and they got in front and they were letting them back in the game, and he's at the bench. He revved everyone up on the bench. Now he's working frantically on the whiteboard for this three-quarter time address.
Daniel's kick in directed for English. Alir, the punch, picked up by Giray. He's dumped as he kicked towards the logo. On the dock side, Mackenzie marks opposed to Norton, who's been quiet for the Bulldogs. Short pass to Burton. Burton plays on for Port Adelaide. Kicks to the forward pocket. Gray's there. Daniel over the top. Did he give away a free kick? Dixon roved it. Squaring ball. Young underneath for the Dogs. Wines crashes in. It comes to ground level. Keith for the Dogs. Hand pass off to Giray. Clearing kick at 2-on-2 on the wing, and Norton wins on this occasion opposed to Jonas. He marks on his chest at the interchange gates. He plays on. He kicks it out in front of Hannon. Beautifully weighted pass. Hannon marks, plays on, 45 out. Squaring ball. Vandermeer needs a bounce. Alir gets back. Tracks Vandermeer. Bundles him over. Superb defence. The Dogs looked certain to score, and Alir, who worked from one end of the ground to the other, denied them. Outstanding. A ball up 20 from goal.
At the other end of the ground, I think it's William Drew. He's got blood just pouring from his nose at the moment.
Yeah, that was self-inflicted. Not self-inflicted. It was landed on him. Yeah, it was friendly fire. Two boys landed on each other.
So we're just waiting for Drew. He's jogging off okay without the help of the trainers. He'll just need to go and get cleaned up, fixed up.
That was an outstanding contest there too. That needed to be won by the Dogs. Otherwise, that was a certain goal for Port. So there's a lot of bravery today.
So a ball up it is. Right in front of the Western Bulldogs goal. Amon tries to do a few dancing steps to get out of the defensive 50. He can't. And it dribbled over the boundary line. So it'll be a boundary throw in this time. Still at the attacking end, the northern end of the Docklands, where the Bulldogs are kicking. For the final 2 minutes of this third term, they lead it by 5 points. Twirling ball. Bontempelli's in the ruck with Lysette. He goes at it once, he goes at it twice. Now Bontempelli's got it and Lysette's got him.
Staggering, the inside 50s. Staggering in favour of Port.
This quarter.
The whole game.
Yeah.
And this quarter.
Bontempelli beats Lysette in the ruck. He just wheeled himself down to Bailey Smith, who handballs to McRae, handballs to Waitman. He had pressure from behind. Flicks it down to Rourke Smith. Gives it to Daniel, usually a beautiful user, and that was clever. He got it to Hunter, who had to go run sideways, really going back with the flight. And Lockie Hunter, the left footer, he's on the wrong side for a left footer, will have a set shot and a chance to get that lead back out to 11 points just before three-quarter time.
So 42-28 overall, the Powers way, and 15-6 in this quarter, Mick Mulhouse.
Yeah, that's what they've wasted opportunities, Port. They could have been better placed than what they are.
Kicked just the 8 goals so far this season. This is his 21st game. He is a classy player as he curled that one back late. He has. And he turns to the crowd, but there's no fans there. So instead, there's a line-up about 10 Bulldogs support staff at the top of the race, and he celebrates with them. They are on their feet. They've got the scarves, they've got the masks, they've got the beanies. And there's warm applause. And didn't Lockie Hunter, a showman, just turned to those officials? They're trying to feed off anything at the moment. Dogs by 11. 9-3-57. Port 6-10-46. 1 minute to play before three-quarter time, Mick.
Well, Cal, remarkably, he's not a great shot for goal. He's on the run, he's okay, but when he's having set shots, you really...
Not at all.
You go, well, this is probably a 50-50
Well,
at
it hung up
best.
there for an anxious moment or two,
Well,
didn't it?
It did. My word, it did.
See, they've been efficient when they've gone forward.
They've had to Lingy.
Yeah, Al just told us the inside 50 numbers this quarter, but they, on the few occasions they have gone inside forward 50, they have looked incredibly dangerous.
Yep. Gone in quick.
Bounce in the middle. Young wins it down. Bontempelli pushed off it. Port needs a clearance. McRae goes back and wins it. Fends off one, gives to Young. He fends off both, gives to Bontempelli. Needs to be quick. That was a casual bump from Motlop, not a tackle. Bontempelli kicks it towards the wing. Hannon and Waitman. Waitman fights hard. Still in the pack. Hannon, you can hear the encouragement from the bench. Don't let it pop. And then you hear a bit more. Razor Rays in the gun. And it will be a free kick to go the way of Port Adelaide for holding the ball. Hannon on the bottom of the pack was pinged. It was not a decision that was appreciated. Amon at right half back. Plays on for Port. Low kick towards Wines. Wines converged upon, knocked away from him. May's hand pass over his head, creative to Wines. Wines a spiralling ball around the boundary. Rosie underneath goes early, couldn't take the mark. Dixon paddles it out of play. A throw in 45 metres from the Port Adelaide goal. On the text, Ben in Warrandyte says, "Go Lions." Sorry, Port, says Ben. He wants Brisbane into the top four at the expense of the Dogs. 0437 774 774. 11 points the lead to the Western Bulldogs. Approaching three-quarter time. Lysett belts it forward from the throw-in. McRae knocked it back. Byrne-Jones had a look at it, couldn't win it. Now Mays goes in, lays a strong tackle and forces a ball up in the dying stages of this term. It's 35 metres from the Port Adelaide goal. They've got 5 seconds to manufacture a score. Umpire Chamberlain to throw it in the air. Up goes Dixon, knocked it down. Underneath it, Keith just wants to hold on to it, and the Dogs do safely get to three-quarter time with that lead of 11 points. An absorbing game of football in that third term as it went to a new level. 9-3, 57 the Dogs. Port Adelaide 6-10, 46. If the Dogs win, a simple equation, they will finish in the top four and Brisbane cannot dislodge them. So the top four will be set. Port Adelaide will remain there. If Port can find a way to win this game, though, it's not totally out of the realms that they could finish on top of the ladder, as they did last season. 9-3, 57 the Bulldogs. Port Adelaide 6-10, 46. For the Bulldogs, 2 goals to English and then singles to Bontempelli, Dunkley, Hunter, Waitman, Vandermeer, Norton and Johannesson. While for Port Adelaide, 2 goals each to Rosie and Laddams. Laddams kicked both of his in that term. Goals to Gray and goals to Boak. Port levelled the scores midway through the quarter, but the Dogs kicked a couple thereafter and lead by 11 points at the final change. Tim Hodges watching on downstairs.
Just a reality check for Tom Rockcliffe, retired last week. Now he's managing the sponsorship boards and erecting them at three-quarter time. So good on him for being a good team player. I tell you what, guys, Mitch Georgiades, they're a really tight group at Port Adelaide. You could see every player come to the bench and look at him and then realise that he had the jacket on and he had ice on the left hamstring and they were just devastated for him. So that's going to be the big story for Port Adelaide with finals now. There's no bye next week. They're straight into it next week, and you would think he'd be missing for at least one and potentially all of their finals campaign with that hamstring injury.
Yeah, that has changed the complexion of things. Good point, Hodgie. 9-3, 57 the Bulldogs. Port Adelaide 6-10, 46. Wherever you're taking in the coverage around the country, this is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
When history is made,
over the boundary it goes, and New Zealand are the World Test champions.
ABC Sport is there.
Lamb away from one, gets it away to Willow Power. Now I've seen it. Now I've seen a six-bar. Josh Yellow carved it again.
Commercial free.
Bolton! Oh, wow. Up he goes! A hanger in the goal square.
ABC Sport. On radio, online, and on the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Taking the mark was Houston. Now they use the corridor to Marshall, to Motlop, over the Butters. Butters with a bounce, draws the defender to Rosie. Rosie can line up as he closes to 48. It's 3 in a row for Port Adelaide.
Free kick to the Dogs. Rourke Smith uses out wide to Dunkley, to Johannesen. Now they've got some run, the Dogs. Johannesen plays on, kicks to full forward. Norton, one-handed. Almost juggled at Waitman Road. Hand passed over the top. Vandermeer goals.
Travis Spoke with the clearance out of the centre. Gets to centre half forward. And Butters spun around and tackle to Gray, to Boak, who splits a couple of defenders and goes for home. That is a moment of inspiration by Travis Spoke.
Didn't take the mark, Liberatore. Came to ground level. Trelaw, little scrubby kick. Rosie gets on the end of it. A hand pass off. And the youngsters all combine. Dersma, by hand to Butters. Butters kicks to Laddams inside the 50. Laddams kick off the boot. Looks an absolute cracker.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
You just get the sense we've got half an hour of engrossing football to come here in what's been a pretty tight contest. It went in surges in that third quarter as Port Adelaide levelled up on the back of 3 consecutive goals in the space of 5 minutes. The Dogs then replied with the next 3. Port Adelaide got the next 2 and Hunter a late one at the 31-minute mark of that third quarter. The Bulldogs 9-3-57. Port Adelaide 6-10-46. Alistair Nicholson calling for you with Kelly Underwood. Tim Hodges is down on the boundary, and your experts on Grandstand AFL are Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lee.
I hesitate to talk down a five-goal quarter for Port Adelaide, Mick, but I reckon they left 2 or 3 on the table, Port, with all the opportunities they had, and the Bulldogs were able to score 4 goals themselves very, very easily, considering how much they struggled to score in the second quarter. And I think just Port Adelaide with a couple of times ball use inside forward 50, maybe their forwards had to just do a little bit more. They could have very easily been going into this 3-quarter time break scores level and putting a heap of pressure mentally back on the Western Bulldogs. So a good quarter from Port, and they've kicked 5 goals in it, but it could have been so much better, I reckon.
5 from 14, Lingy, and the Dogs went 4 from 6, and 4 straight. You're right. You pinch 1 or 2 more goals from that. Georgiades is a very good player, and he will be missed, but he's not going to be the difference. The difference is going to be whether Charlie Dixon, Laddams, can take full toll of a backline that's been rather short all year.
Yep.
So it's...
Rosie and Gray, you think, need to maybe just find one each
that's right,
at ground level.
And let's talk for the Bulldogs here. Norton's hardly touched it. Bonenfelli was just terrible that quarter. If they can get going, and there's no doubt that Liberatore's been done over, and look, they're taking him right out of the game. What he has to do is do the reverse. He go and sit on Wines.
Well, I've been watching him. He's been trying to run away and move away from Drew all the time.
No, sit on someone.
Well, and Libba's a great contested player.
Yeah.
Don't move away from the contest. Go back to where you're good at.
Exactly.
And take him into traffic and beat him in the contest.
Well, you know Wines is going to go where the ball is.
Yeah.
So if you double team there, so all of a sudden someone's going to spit out, and it's going to be a McRae or a Bonenfelli or a Smith. Someone's going to spill out.
Bontempelli's only had the 13 disposals, and he started on fire with 7 early possessions and that goal.
It sounded like a German band, didn't he?
So he's been probably 6 disposals since maybe the 15-minute mark of the first quarter.
Yeah.
A rare down night for the Stars.
In the NRL tonight, Manly 19 defeated the Canberra Raiders 18. The Panthers are going to end South Sydney's 10-game winning streak. It's the Panthers 23 leading the Rabbitohs 12 with about 30 seconds to play in that match. We're underway in the final term here. The Dogs lead Port Adelaide by 11 points. Butters tries to soccer out of the middle. Clean missed it. They spill in around the ball. The umpire has a good look and calls for a ball up. Slightly Port Adelaide's attacking side of the centre circle. 9-3-57 the accurate Dogs. Port Adelaide 6-10-46. Can Port Adelaide find a way back in? Vandermeer picked up and was barreled. A big bump. He's taken to ground. Another ball up in the middle. Hear the energy. It's a very lively atmosphere out there in the middle at the moment. Thrown in the air. Lysett knocks it down. Trelaw got it. Hand pass towards Liberatore. He knocked it out to Bontempelli. Beautiful clean pick up. A shrug to get away from Bergman. And a kick inside 50. Norton up. Brought it to ground level. Might be able to sock it. Tried to pick up. Ridden into the ground. No free kick. Top of the goal square. Port Adelaide's defence being tested. Waitman underneath the tackle of Bonner. A ball up on the edge of the square.
It's Waitman again, isn't it? Who's creating the most havoc. Just even straight away in there again.
So the umpire doesn't waste any time, throws it up on the edge of the goal square. Waitman tried once, twice in the air, volleyball slap-like. Bonner is right next to him and it goes over the boundary line, so a throw-in.
I know it was 2 plays ago, but that wasn't a free kick in the back to Norton. I mean, he just shoved him straight in the back and jumped him.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Top of the goal square, should have been a set shot for Norton. So 1 metre around from the Doggies' goal. It's thrown back in, Lycett. Liberatore's there. As soon as he touches the Sharon, he's set upon. Trying to wrench it clear was Jonas. Treloar in there as well. So much congestion around this ball. The umpire doesn't waste any time. Tosses it in the air. Bontempelli in the ruck. Wins it and then tackles Wines, who got it outside of the boot. Boak pretends that he's trying to keep it in. All the experience of what those 300-odd games that he's played by Travis Boak. 304 tonight.
The Dogs have got the man behind the ball. That's why the ruckman, I don't know why English doesn't. English might be off, is it?
Norton's in the goal square. And this time it's Hannon trying to beat Lycett in the ruck. Lycett straight down to Liberatore. Handballs into space. English went without the footy. His direct opponent, Aaliyah, got the kick away. So it's a bouncing ball and the foot race is on. It's 2v2. Mays gets there first. Tackled by Williams. Goes to ground. Mays tries to flick it back to Motlop and now coming in and offering a little bit of assistance in his 100th was Carl Amon seeing it over.
I don't understand why English doesn't do it. So there's an Aaliyah off the hook. But nonetheless, Bontempelli's better on the ground than doing ruck work.
Boundary throw-in down beneath our broadcast position live at Docklands. And Lycett took it out of the ruck and was caught. Oh, he's almost going to give away 50 as he went to throw Louis Young to the ground. He thought better of it. Liberatore. Short to Young. Young urged to play on by his teammates and he goes to the forward pocket to English. It's flicked over the back by Burton out of play 30 metres from the Bulldogs goal in the right forward pocket. If the Bulldogs hang on and win, they'll climb to second. Should Melbourne beat Geelong and win the minor premiership tomorrow night, the Bulldogs would stay second. Geelong would go back ahead of the Dogs if they knocked off the D's and go to the top themselves, the Cats, and Melbourne back to second. Percentage for the Dogs, very handy, 134.5 as it's sockered forward the Bulldogs' way. It's gone out on the full and a free kick to be taken by Mackenzie of Port.
And we know he's got a booming kick and he does just that, penetrating, waiting at the back, almost hit him in the face to Rourke Smith. Keith, rather, it was. Alex Keith, who's had the job on Charlie Dixon tonight. And Lingy Charlie so far hasn't really had an impact. He's got his hands to a lot of marking contests.
He has. He's fought hard. He's made some contests, but no, not. It hasn't meant he's not at all.
Okay, so half forward boundary throw and missed the ruck. Wines picked it up, just kicked it up high. Mark's been paid to Mays, the sub. Straight off to Wines, off to Burn Jones. He's got speed to Burn. Here's a chance for Marshall. One out at the top of the goal square. Slipped through his fingers. Rosie waiting at the back. Can he get the ball? Oh, he keeps it in play.
The throw.
He kept it in play, Higgins-like at the MCG, but this time the umpire was up to it and said, no, that was a throw. It wasn't a clever tap. You didn't get a fist to it to pump it up into the air. That was a dead-set throw around the point post.
Just watching Dixon with his knee taped up, just wondering whether that's having an effect on his ability to hold that front spot.
Cordy to the back flank, Wood in front, couldn't take the mark. Spills out. McRae's kick on his non-preferred right. Wines runs interference. Hand pass out the back to Bonner. High kick back to the edge of 50. Marshall comes out, punches it away from Wood. Goes into the fence on the outer side of the ground. A boundary throw in at right half forward for Port Adelaide. No score in the final term through 5 minutes. Rosie's little flick round the post. That was entertaining but illegal. 9-3-57 the Dogs. Port Adelaide 6-10-46. Off the pack, Bergman gets it. Gives to Butters, squaring ball. Boak's a chance and uses his body and marks. Boak is 40 metres out from goal.
He's been a monster tonight, Trav Boak. He's had a superb night, high impact, plenty of the football. His work rate. I know so much has already been spoken about, written about, his professionalism, his ability to get the most out of his body. But when you see him now in the supposed twilight of his career, still get across the ground better than most players out there, it's incredible.
Who's the man to stand up for Port Adelaide? Boat's kick on the way, he misses on the right-hand side. Well, they have been inaccurate. It's now 17 scoring shots to 12. Port Adelaide's way, but the scoreline, the Bulldogs' way by 10 points at the 6-minute mark of the last.
So the Dogs keep withstanding this charge, but they're hovering Port Adelaide. And the kick in really makes Lewis Young work on the mark. He did well. He had pressure from behind in Dersma. Young handballs to the side to Dale, who goes short to McRae. Wants to handball back to Dale across half back. Long down the line. English sits himself. Drew filled the hole in front. English, good follow-up. Vandermeer, clever slap. Down to Bailey Smith. Kicks around the corner. Norton was there. It's punched away by McKenzie. It might come back McKenzie's way. He leaves it for Motlop. Motlop gets around Bontempelli, and then the centering kick flirts with danger momentarily. Jonas marks it.
This is where the Dogs really let themselves down. That inside 50, the ball is just coming out far too easily and quickly.
Switch is on. Jonas goes to Burn Jones, and in 2 quick kicks, Rosie marks it centre wing on the City side. Connor Rosie looks inside. There's nothing to go there, so he goes towards Dixon, who flew. He leapt up. He might have hurt his teammate in Todd Marshall because he leapt up right into his back. Marshall's a little slow to get up. Meanwhile, the Dogs try to clear it on the City side. There'll be a free in there, and it's going the way of Duray. So Duray, the former Hawk, has got it for the Doggies as they look to build.
Short pass finds the chest of Treloar. He kicks to centre half back, and Bailey Dale is a good man to have it. He measures his kick perfectly, as always, to Hunter. Marks it right half forward. Hunter goes back. Doesn't see an obvious option. English on the lead. Hunter goes in his direction. English falls over. And over the back, Bergman takes the mark for Port.
Jonas did well not to give away a free kick then. When English had fallen, could have quite easily gotten his back.
Off to Rosie by hand to Houston. Now a hand pass to Butters. Butters through the centre corridor. Kicks to centre half forward. Boke up. Couldn't complete the mark. Caught his little soccer to the advantage of Laddams. He's tackled. Defensive hand pass. Drew wins it. Tackled by Treloar. Broke the tackle. Fed a hand pass. Rosie top of the 50. Squaring ball. Marshall takes the mark. 35 out. Angle is negligible. Here's Port Adelaide's chance. The margin stands at 10 points the Western Bulldogs' way. 8.5 played of the final term.
Poor tackling here by Treloar.
Yep.
Very, very poor.
Yep, just let him go far too easy. And now with Todd Marshall, he has not kicked the ball well tonight from set shots earlier on in the game, and then one, I think it was end of the second quarter.
Didn't make the distance.
He has to go and nail this. You're going to play key forward. You get a shot here in a big game last quarter. Got to nail it.
They've wasted opportunities, Port Adelaide. The moment must be seized here by Marshall, and he's pushed it hard right and only scraped it in for a behind. That really does give a little snippet of exactly what has gone wrong for Port tonight. 6-12-48. The Bulldogs 9-3-57. 9-minute mark final term. Port's kicked as many behinds as the Dogs have had scoring shots.
Dale to Cordy. Cordy to Vandermeer, all by foot. Rushing pass was Dale. Great work, right. It's set at the handball. Kick towards Norton. Couldn't take it. Beaten by McKenzie, who blows us away and kicks it out of bounds on the full.
He's been a handy pick-up, McKenzie. Was it McKenzie kicked that?
Well, yeah,
Yep.
Been a fantastic recreation of his career.
Absolutely. He was gone, wasn't he?
Yeah. I didn't think he could play this well one-on-one defensively as a defender. Always had a great weapon of a leg and creative, but he can defend.
So the Dogs, as a result of that, have kicked sideways all the way to the City side. They've done the horseshoe, and now the ball's in the hands of Hunter. Hunter on his left goes long. Treloar with the sit. And he climbed up into the back of Burn Jones and takes a lovely mark up high at his point.
He's good for this too, Kel. This is on the run, he knocks these right over, but he's generally a he's got the distance, no doubt.
Just a one-on-one contest and a little bit of hang time for Adam Treloar. His knee into the back of Burn Jones, and he marked it right in front of his chin, really. So Adam Treloar missed so many with injury. Right up against the boundary line, sends it on its way. Mick Malthouse called it. Mick Malthouse knows, and Adam Treloar with a bit of breathing space for the Western Bulldogs. That margin is now 15 points. We've gone 10 minutes in the final term, and that really Well, they continue to have the answers, the Dogs. 10-3-63, Port 6-12-48.
Do you still find it just baffling, all that talk in the off-season about Adam Treloar and his inability to focus on football with his partner and their child moving away and all of that?
Ridiculous.
And he needs these
questions about him.
Absolutely, and he needs these games. And he's coming into a final series now. He'll be starting to run on top of the ground. He kicks these. Look, we haven't seen the trademark one through the 50, but it's going to come.
As professional a player as you get, and Kim's as professional a player as you get, and they can operate as two incredible professional athletes.
You can't put lies out like that.
Oh,
And Collingwood paid for 2 of those 6 points out of the middle of the ground. English went to kick, didn't get boot to ball, dispossessed. Houston for Port gave to Drew, high hack through the middle of the ground. Underneath it, Dunkley holds it to his chest.
How brave is a bloke like that? Coming off, he's had a reconstructed shoulder and takes a mark like that running back into play.
Squaring ball to Daniel. He's got Bailey Smith on his own on the wing as the Dogs try and get moving again. Bailey Smith runs past the interchange, kicks to Treloar at half forward. Up he goes. Jonas the spoil at ground level. McKenzie. Hand pass away to Burton. Burton by hand to Wines. Back it goes again to Burton. His long kick to the wing. Dixon's got a rise. He does in the pack. Couldn't pull it in again. Bailey Smith goes through without it. Tunnelling in under the pack. Mays couldn't win it. Caught his hand pass. Oh, he put Dunkley in a horrible situation. That shoulder's copped a serious work out there and he bounces up again. Rourke Smith gives it in tight to Dale. His kick smothered by Mays. All happening on the wing. Charlie Dixon grabbed it with about 10 hanging off him like a big grizzly bear. Rourke Smith gives to Bailey Smith. He kicks to half forward.
Well done.
Mount points Aliir for the first time all night. He takes a contested mark and he moves it quickly into the pocket. Hannon looking to take the mark one-handed. Couldn't. Got Waitman going by. Didn't give the hand pass. He's caught. He hand passed to no one. Did get a hand pass clear. Then ripped it back in. Needs to get it out. Liberatore comes in. Battles with Dersma. The Dogs might lock this in. 40 metres from goal. Umpire Chamberlain calls for a ball up.
Terrific passage of play by the Dogs. Just held strong. Port were throwing everything at them and just were able to reverse it and get it back inside forward 50.
Dogs by 15. Ball up. Attacking end here for the Bulldogs. Waitman's there. He's got a Port Adelaide player either side. Ball's not coming out. 1 goal kicked in this final term and it's gone the way of the Bulldogs.
Dixon saw down in front of us. He's hobbling.
So Laddams straight down, a hurried kick out of the pack. Might sit here for Norton. Oh, great spoil by Jonas.
That's what I said about that leg.
Yeah. Look at him walking. He can hardly walk. He's going to stay out there and he's going to compete, but he can't jump and he can barely move.
He's had Alex Keith for company all night.
Looks like he's back as well, doesn't it? Not only leg.
Yet to trouble the scoreboard this evening. Comes back in play. Beating Laddams in the ruck was Bontempelli, and then he's mauled. And it's holding the ball. So the skipper has been pinged and be a free kick. Was Ollie Wines rather that got him. There's 2 of the Brownlow favourites, Wines and Bontempelli. Wines brings it round the dockside. Oh, English with a big sit. He's been threatening all night. And Tim English with some safe hands, and that'll do the confidence wonders.
Oh, will it ever? And the fact that he's able to come and meet the ball this end of the ground.
He's marked it with Charlie Dixon in the pack as well. So English mark right in front of the interchange gates. He's kicked it to a pack just inside 50. Waiting at the back is Treloar. He went the fend off. He threw it on the left boot, though, and it's missed everything, and it goes out in that left forward pocket.
That's him, though. That's a characteristic of Treloar. Off the pack. He'll be better with that kick. Don't worry about that as finals go on.
Charlie Dixon is cooked.
Yeah, he is.
Just watching him move, he's jogging bravely now to go and set up to compete on the other side of the ground. Gee, I'd almost be tempted to... You don't concede a game ever, of course. This is a crucial game, but you'd almost have Dixon on the bench.
Well, he's not winning the game for him.
No.
He's not kicking goals, and he's really struggling, so take him off.
Port Adelaide have brought the ball out of defence from centre-half back. Amon kicks to the wing. Butters takes the mark. Wheels and go. They need to go. Kick goes to Boak. He's top of the 50. Kicks inside 50. Bergman there. Couldn't take the mark. Hunter imposed himself on that contest. Rosie's hand pass out the back. Winds a balk and a banana. Not a bad-looking one. A beauty! Port Adelaide not totally done with yet. 10-3-63 the Western Bulldogs. Wines' finish draws Port Adelaide to within 9 points. 7-12-54. 16 played final term.
There's a lot of time left, El, so that was a great goal, really contested goal. Yeah,
he's been brilliant tonight.
He has. I just wonder whether I'm only saying Power Pepper in there giving that sort of support, just on and off support, gives you another tough player at the footy, and it makes then the Dogs have to work another player through the middle. So
you just don't let up, even if it's a 6-7 minute break in the middle of the ground. The next person in is just smashing in,
and you know Power Pepper's going to do that.
And then Wines comes back in there fresher. Yeah, it's a good point you make, Mick. What a goal that was by Wines. I was just watching the replay. That's outstanding.
I've got Gill's voice in my head, Lingy, going round 23. 3 votes. One Bontempelli, one of the favourites, is on the bench at the moment, and Wines just kicked an absolute ripper. But it's the Bulldogs winning it out of the centre. Waitman handballing over the top, tried to get it to Treloar, but Houston's able to steal it and drive it towards Marshall. He had the sit on the city wing. Dre did well. Good hustle from behind. And now McRae with a kick on the left, out over the head of Vandermeer. Ball hits the deck. And Bailey Smith's there. Handballs to Norton. Norton a fresh airy because of a tackle. Jonas does well. Somehow controlled that ball out to Dersma. Dersma to the wing where Dixon is. Dixon gets both his hands to it, throwing his body around in there as the tough nut and butters, and he's happy to see it over as he pinballs from one Bulldogs player to the other. It's the Dogs by 9 points with 8 minutes to play.
I know we always want more from our key forwards, especially the big stars like a Charlie Dixon, but he's been brave to just compete, and then he was the long ball there, compete, bring it to ground. He's as sore. He's not giving up.
Laddam's knocked it down. Dunkley's little kick out of the pack, intercepted by Bonner. A hand pass to Burton. He kicks Port Adelaide inside the attacking 50. It should be marked. It is. Rosie, 47 from goal. Lead to the pocket, and he finds Travis Boak, who just keeps on presenting. And opportunities are presenting here. Boak's in the left forward pocket. He's about 6 metres in from the boundary, and he's 30 metres from goal.
His 28th disposal coming up. 1 goal, 3 to his name. He just has not stopped running all night. Huge work rate.
So Port Adelaide needs a hero. Boak's bending ball, coming back. Boak's the bloke. He's put it through. And Port Adelaide back within 3 points at the 19-minute mark of the final quarter. 10-3, 63 the Bulldogs. Port Adelaide 8-12-60. This is going down to the wire.
And they've given all their real A-graders just a last little rest. Lysette comes back on after a bit of time on the bench. Robbie Gray standing there waiting. He thought he was going to get on. He should have been getting on. I don't know why they've just left the superstar Robbie Gray there. Don't know why Steve Motlop ran on in front of him. I'd have Robbie Gray on the ground ahead of him every day of the week.
Well, Motlop, the way he's played, he should be paying for sitting in the grandstand.
Hey, this is compelling football. AFL round 23, but we said right from the top tonight, Al, this is the start of a finals campaign, and it's going to be fabulous footy. And this has been helter-skelter, frenzied, absorbing. And we've got 7 of the best minutes still to come. It's the Dogs leading by 3 points. Bounce down in the centre. Drew flicks the handball. It was a little bit too hot for Burne-Jones. Drew has to go and get it. And then he thumps the kick to centre half forward. Coming in from the side was Mays. Somehow Daniel just hacks it out of there. It'll land in the centre of the ground. Johannesson with a nice little mop up and a well-weighted pass to Vandermeer. Vandermeer puts it out in front of Waitman. The spoil from Burton came from behind. He runs onto it. Does well. Bananas the kick. Back towards Amon. And Amon dropped an absolute sitter in the end. He's handballed to Wines. He's got a little bit of support in Wines. A little give and go. And now Amon to Bonner. Bonner gives it off to his teammate in Drew. Drew grubbers it. Just does not connect with that footy whatsoever, and it's all Bulldogs across half-back. The turnover is on. Daniel's kick. Bit of miscommunication between Vandermeer and Waitman, and then that's deliberate by Burton over the boundary. It is. Ryan Burton, who's going toe-to-toe with Waitman at the moment. He absolutely paddled that over the boundary line, just in front of Port Adelaide's bench. A free kick here to Waitman. He's been energised tonight. He kicks towards Norton, and Norton's just out-muscled really easily in a one-on-one with Aaliyah. Aaliyah just shoved him in the chest legally and takes a mark, Mick.
Well, you've got to understand that you're going to be contested with, so be prepared for that contest.
So Aaliyah sideways to Houston, goes long towards Dixon. He got a little bit of a leap in that dodgy old knee, we think. Laddams then a toe poke. It rolls to centre half forward. Boak's there. He could have gone for home. Instead, he gives it off to Robbie Gray, who's marked a little closer to goal.
They got him on the ground, Cal, finally.
And a chance here for Port Adelaide to hit the front for the very first time tonight.
And it was Boak again running onto that ball inside forward 50. Marvelled at his work rate all night already. And then to Robbie Gray. That's why, no matter what, you get him on the ground in the late stages of a Port Adelaide game. He's been clutch so often.
Robbie Gray lining up for his second. 45-degree angle. 30 metres out. He's got magic in his boots, Robbie Gray. And he delivers at the best possible time. Port Adelaide hits the front for the first time tonight. And there's 5 minutes left in this ball game. 9-12-66. The Dogs, what have they got? Where's their character? Where's their heart? Where's their fight? 10-3-63.
Yeah, there's not a lot of difference in any of the stats this quarter. It's just really now. It doesn't really matter what's happened previous. 5 minutes to go. Really, anyone's game. You've got to. Every game is won through stoppages or midfield. You've got to be able to win the midfield battle because it doesn't matter how many times it goes in the forward. If it goes in there cleanly, you win the game. So
the last 8 minutes, the Port Adelaide A-grade mids have been off the charts.
That's right.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, but this is now a chance for the Dogs to step up and really possibly they've got to get English in there because he's not doing damage in the forward line.
What better entree? What better preparation could you get for a final series than this? The Dogs squarely challenge. Port Adelaide hitting the front. McRae out of the middle. A hand pass releases Young on his left boot inside the 50. Norton charges out. Couldn't mark down low. Waitman trying to get dangerous. Top of the 50. Off to Liberatore. Hand pass pinched. Knocked out by Bonner. And then the tackle on Dersma was high contact and a free kick at right half back for Port Adelaide. Norton gave away the free kick.
I'll use up a bit of the clock too. You only get the 6 seconds, but while you got the ball, you can control the ball.
Dersma kicks to the city wing for Port Adelaide. Dixon comes out. He's been so brave.
Charlie.
He presents again. He marks. Outstanding stuff. He's played on half a leg, basically.
He should be resting in the room right now. He's that sore.
Is that his first mark? That might be his first mark for the night, Dixon. So Dixon long to half forward and the spring came from Laddams from behind and then the smallest player there who's the most clever in Daniel just goes the underground handball to Bontempelli. He can't control it and they're almost close to the line here. Is that holding the ball? Mays is sitting on it and it'll be a boundary throw in. Eventually Mays, rugby league-like, was just happy to see that white line and flick it over. Had Bontempelli for company right on his back.
That was Charlie's first mark. Kel?
So half forward here. Boundary throw in. Bailey Smith reads it best. Breaks the tackle. It's half forward for Port Adelaide. He gave it back to Hunter, who kicks on the outside of the boot. On the city wing, Hannon it was, who ducked, and as he was tackled, play on. Steele is on. Amon's got it now. High ball. Lysette rises high. Lysette, who's the tallest player out there, has leapt over the smallest player out there in Caleb Daniel, and he's come up a little sore.
He's hurt his ankle, I reckon.
Oh, he's just about the most important player tonight, Scott Lysette.
Maybe not, maybe in the face. It just looked like he landed ordinary.
I think it was an accidental swinging arm from Caleb Daniel. Just clipped him one.
Okay, so he kicks backwards to Aaliyah, who kicks sideways to Burne-Jones. He's got no intention of giving this off in any time, in a hurry. Burne-Jones, just inside 50 where Dixon is presenting. Wines is there as well. Boak to Dixon, to Lysette, to Houston, to Amon, to Burne-Jones. They're going backwards. Now Robbie Gray on the left, a long way from home. He's kicked towards Lewis Young. Didn't take the mark in the end. Jure, was he legged? No, the umpire says play on. He spun out of a tackle, but it's stolen by Rosie. Handball's back to Robbie Gray. Robbie Gray thumps it. Can it stay in play? It's right up against the boundary line. If it's not, it's an Eastonwood mark. And the doggies can build from the back with Port leading by 3 points, 2.5 to go.
Off to Daniel. Daniel just evaded a tackle from Rosie. A couple of bounces out of defence and a beautiful kick into the middle. Joe Hannison took it down low. He kicks to the wing, perfectly weighted for Bailey Smith. Promising build-up, not much ahead. Smith holds it up. Port Adelaide's defenders flood back, not sure about this. Kick to half-forward, terrible. And Bonner intercepts for Port Adelaide on the left half-back flank. Bonner takes his time.
He was too slow, Smith. He had if he had looked up, he had 2v1 about 50 metres off his kick line.
Bonner to the wing. Mays flies. Keith outpoints him, takes the mark, kicks into the middle. Here they come. Geray should take it. Gray gets across to Corral. Geray plays on. Kicks towards centre half forward. Little Hunter's got a fly. He managed to bring it to ground level from behind on his opponent, Dersma. Port Adelaide mops it up though. Burton out the back. Kicks to Alier at half back.
1 minute 30 exactly on the clock. There's one Bulldogs fan in this commentary box up the back that cannot sit still at the moment, Alistair. Imagine if there were 50,000 of them in the house. So Alier, he's just going to hug this boundary line, hope that it's thumped over, and eventually it's going to dribble and roll. Daniels can't do anything to keep it in play.
And there you've got Lycett in the ruck. The advantage of having the dominant ruckman. You just bring it in tight to the likes of Wines and Boak and those strong bodies.
Port by 3 points. They've kicked the last 3 goals, and there's 1 minute 11 as we reset. A boundary throw in on the City wing. Lycett wins it down. Tackled was Hunter. It's flicked up to McRae. Off to McRae, rather, it is here. McRae with a burst of speed inside 50. Who's there? English had to get down low. Jonas in front, the captain. Jonas gives it off. Was Mays taken high? The umpire says no. It'll be a ball up. 48 metres out, directly in front of the Bulldogs' goal. 52 seconds on the clock. Alistair Nicholson.
They've been in front for most of the night. They've been in the 4 for most of the season, but the Dogs under threat here. Lycett tries to clear, partially smothered. Young takes possession, knocked out of his hands by Gray. Flipped out the back. It was a throw, was it? Yes! Oh, that looked to me like it just rumbled out. Ray Chamberlain found it, a throw from Young and a free kick to Port Adelaide. Be interested to see that on the replay. A lot of hands on the ball. It was shuffled out. It's a throw. It's flicked up, yeah. Robbie Gray's free kick. He goes to the half-back flank. Marshall will take the mark. Brisbane has hope, perhaps. A top 4 berth is still a possibility. As the seconds tick down, Marshall kicks to the wing. The Dogs have to win it back. Young rises, takes it. Needs to move it. His hand pass. Vandermeer takes possession. Hand pass to Bailey Smith. Top of the 50. Long kick towards the teeth of goal. Norton back with a flight. Punch through. Punch through for a rush behind. And Port Adelaide is going to hang on here. The margin is 2 points to Port. So Port Adelaide so brave to fight back from where they were. Celebrations down on the bench. It'll be a nervous wait for the Dogs to see if they will finish in the 4. But the most salivating finish to the home and away season, and what a start to round 23. If that gives us a sense of what's to come, buckle up. It's going to be a big few weeks. Port Adelaide downs the Dogs. 2 points the final margin. The Power celebrating on the bench. It means plenty.
Power to win, power to roll, come on. Port Adelaide aggression. We are the power from Port. It's more than a sport. It's a true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop, stop, stop till we're top, top, top. There's history here in the making. We've got the power to win. We'll never give in till the flag is ours for the taking. Power!
Who had they beaten, they said? They needed a scalp. They needed a top 4 opponent. They needed to take one down. They waited till the final round. They might just be readying themselves at the right time for a surge at another premiership.
To earn the right to wear the silver teal and black and white. And the 4 supporters standing tall, true believers, one and all. We got the power to win,
Port Adelaide led for 7 minutes, the most crucial 7 minutes. 9-12-66 Port Adelaide, the Western Bulldogs 10-4-64. And now the Dogs have to wait and see. Brisbane a threat to their top 4 position. The Western Bulldogs dropping their last 3 games of the home and away season, led for the large majority of tonight. But what a character-fueled performance from Port. Port Adelaide was down by 15 points at the 16-minute mark of that final quarter. Wines gold, then Boat gold, then Gray gold. Their leaders stood up when it mattered. Port Adelaide winners by 2 points. For the moment, Port Adelaide sitting pretty atop the AFL table. 2 goals to Robbie Gray, 2 goals to Travis Boak, 2 goals to Rosie and 2 goals to Laddams, a goal to Wines as well for Port. For the Western Bulldogs, 9 different goal kickers. English kicked 2, the only multiple. Treloar, Bontempelli, Dunkley, Hunter, Waitman, Vandermeer, Norton and Johannisen. There's a bit to work through. What does it mean for Port Adelaide? Such a confidence-boosting result for them, validation heading into the finals. And for the Western Bulldogs, who've been right up there as a premiership contender for much of the year, sitting atop the table for about 8 weeks of the season at various stages as well. And they now walk off the ground on the back of 3 consecutive losses. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling to sum it all up. We've got half an hour here to wrap things up, and we'll get you into the rooms as well.
Lingy, that in the last quarter, inside 50s, all the time we've said the first 3 quarters dominated by Port. 15-8 Dogs' favour. They scored 1 goal.
Yep.
So there's clearly a lack of, I guess, understanding down there now.
They only took 6 marks inside 50 for the whole game.
Well, I can understand. This is the way it went in there. It's amazing for a side that can kick the ball so well. They'd missed a lot of targets, or maybe haven't got the right targets down there to kick to. And you can't do anything about Brucey's out.
Yep.
So somewhere or another, they're going to have to rearrange that forward line because, quite frankly, I think on today's result, correct me if I'm wrong here, but regardless of Melbourne and Geelong, Port will have the right for a home final. So if they're on top now, only one of those sides can replace them. It's got to be Melbourne or Geelong. So you say they've come from nowhere to earn that right.
Yep.
And they've got a home final.
They get a home final
all the way through, really, if they keep winning.
Yeah, if they play all the games at
Adelaide Oval.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
So in the sense that the AFL will be, yes, we've sorted one venue out.
Yeah.
Well, what a massive bonus
Grand
for them.
final.
This is it.
And you know what, Kel? The other thing is too, no one can complain. They've got a home final
they've
earned. They've either they're going to finish first or second on the ladder.
Yep.
So they go, well, we've earned this.
Yep.
So, that's the ramifications of a loss or a win by 2 points coming from...
And the ramifications as well is it'll ramp up the talk for an Adelaide Oval grand final, given there's no Western Australian teams, we don't think.
Where do you come from again? Sorry, I just noticed a little bit of a quiver in the voice there. Is that suggesting?
I don't have Port Adelaide blood in me, okay? So I'm being very impartial. But it will, no WA team. I know what you're thinking. You want a Perth grand final, Mick. But yeah, it just is another twist in this season, isn't it?
It is. And an amazing twist, really, because I guess before we got here, we're all thinking, well, the Dogs 2 down, they probably will win, or thereabouts.
Surely they bounce back.
Surely. And
8 minutes in, they look
we go, wow,
yeah.
this is all over. And even 15 minutes, or say 15 points in front, halfway through the quarter, you go, well, I only need one more, and that's a settler. But
gee, the Port Adelaide leaders were supreme. And Boak, Wines, Gray.
And even that mark out the side by Charlie Dixon,
yeah.
because that was needed at the time to take that big mark and kick the 50 metre. He didn't muck around. They got 50 metres in. You've got to be impressed. I've got to say, though, they've got some holes, as every side, but I reckon they can fill 1 or 2 of them. Now, Fantasia's clearly a player that they'll want back in that side. Power Pepper on his performance last week, but let's talk Dogs. Right now, with Young playing the way he did, does that become a Martin thing? Does Martin get back in this?
Steph Martin?
Yeah.
He has to.
I would have thought.
Just has to. And Chris Grant, speaking to him pre-game, said that
he plays.
Should be right. We'll play tomorrow in some form of whatever they are able to play now.
Yep.
And then he plays next week, no doubt.
There's got to be a Friday final, doesn't there? Next week. There'd be
Yep.
So would that be a Port game, you think?
You'd think that's every chance.
Yeah, at Adelaide Oval
every
with a
chance.
crowd.
So
You think so?
they'll play third or fourth side one
Yes,
day.
that's right.
Yes, they will.
So they'll play either the Western Bulldogs, Brisbane, Melbourne or Geelong.
So, and the Dogs are now fourth, is that right?
Yeah, they are.
So they've got a percentage of 134.5 to 132.8, which the Lions have. Is that right?
So the Bulldogs are 132.8, the Lions are 132.7.
7, yes. So the Lions just have to win.
No, the quirk of percentage is that Brisbane would need to beat West Coast scoring 132% more to maintain that percentage.
Right.
So they need to win that, by my estimation, by around 5 or 6 goals to maintain their percentage at 132.7.
Well, half the West Australian side's still sitting on the airport. Well, they haven't bothered bringing Kennedy. I don't think McGovern's playing. I think Brisbane will be rubbing their hands thinking we can rest a few blokes for next week.
It's the quirk of percentage, particularly at this time of the year, that a team could actually win the game and drop percentage in doing so. So the Brisbane Lions still need to win reasonably well to go ahead of the Western Bulldogs on percentage. So a win will take them to 60 points, equal with the Dogs. They're 0.1 of a percentage point behind the Dogs.
Where's Sydney in this?
I'm enjoying watching Al's beautiful mind.
I know, it is. It's another Russell Crowe reference. What's with you and Russell Crowe tonight, Lingy?
Those are good movies.
Lately. Yeah, he does a lot of good movies.
There's every chance that I could end up a bit like that character at some point, the way I'm going. Anyway, let's go to the Port Adelaide rooms. That was a victory worth celebrating, and I'm sure they're doing it downstairs. Winners by 2 points. Winners over the Western Bulldogs, 9-12, 66 to 10-4, 64. Probably got muddled there, but to break it down very simply, that Brisbane percentage equation, if West Coast scored 100 points in the match tomorrow, Brisbane would have to score 132.7 points to maintain that current percentage of 132.7. So
which is still out. Still 0.1
Yes,
out.
exactly. So that'll be a very interesting match.
I can't see West Coast, in all honesty, without Kennedy
challenging them.
No. Well, kicking 100 points.
Yep.
Whereas,
they don't have to, but that's the easiest way of breaking it.
Yeah, well, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
And it means tomorrow night the winner will claim the minor premiership, and the loser plays a qualifying final in enemy territory.
That's right.
It's a huge, huge night for Port Adelaide, and what it means for them.
What if Brisbane?
Unless because they'll finish third or fourth.
Of course, that's right.
Yeah, so it could be in Geelong.
No,
or is Geelong out?
Well, Geelong won't make Geelong won't have a final.
Given what's currently going on in Victoria, I would say all finals go to interstate.
Yes.
So we'll get into the Port Adelaide rooms for an interview very shortly. So let's stay with the winners. How did Port Adelaide do that? They led for 7 minutes today, but we did talk about their inaccuracy as well. Mick, at one point it was the Bulldogs 9 goals 3, and Port Adelaide had 12 behinds on the board, so as many behinds as scoring shots for the Western Bulldogs. What did you like about that performance, and what did it tell you about the character of that team?
Well, after half-time it was 5-1 to 8-4, 5-1 8-4, so, and that's in favour of Port, who kicked the last 3 goals. So technically speaking, it would have been 5-1 to 5-4, so there wasn't a lot in the second half, except the fact that when it mattered most, the key players, Wines, Boak and Gray, stepped up and kicked the goal. But the thing is about kicking those goals, they control the ball to get into that situation. There was what do I make of it? I made the fact that I reckon, we spoke about it before the game, Lingy, they had to make a statement they can beat someone in and around them for a start off, which they did on a ground that they don't normally play that well here. I'll face facts. Their record here wouldn't be overly good. The Dogs had to go, right, we've had 2 bad ones. We're getting over losing Bruce. Our side's reasonably settled now. Okay, we've got minor things to make to the side. We can now probably look forward to it. Tim made a very interesting point, which I never took into consideration and didn't even know about. If you've got a football side sitting in a hotel, I don't say room, but you're in a hotel, can't get out, you've got table tennis and a bit of billiards or whatever the case is, you're going to be a slow starter, because it's just that you get into this sort of, not an apathy, but I mean into a mode of it's no normality, put it that way. And I think it's a rush job, but full credit to them. You mentioned leadership; they were fantastic.
They were, weren't they? And teams are going to have to find that out throughout the finals. Those who maybe fly in, or if they hub everyone together, maybe it's not going to be such a big problem. The big thing for me was the effectiveness of the Port Adelaide midfielders versus the after quarter time total ineffectiveness of the Bulldogs midfield. The much
3 weeks in a row
highly touted Bulldogs midfield. So the hit outs, just to strengthen your point about Steph Martin needing to come back, Mick, 51-18. Port Adelaide's way. Scott Lysette just dominated. Led to +7 in clearances. Tom Liberatore was tagged by Willem Drew and did a very good job. Only had the 17 disposals, not much impact. Again, after about the first 15 minutes of the game.
Well, even though normally he's 15 or you have a shot, he has a shot on goal. He's a good goal kicker, and he lays off and gets other players involved. Couldn't do that because he had that much pressure on him.
And you wonder if then the flow-on was Marcus Bontempelli only 15 disposals for the game, and he had 7 to about the 15-minute mark of the first quarter and had his goal by then. So after that, let's call it 80%, 85% of the game, he had 8 disposals, Marcus Bontempelli. So when you think...
He looks sore. He looks like he's carrying something.
He didn't early, though.
Yeah.
Maybe he copped another hit and just something's niggling away at him.
Did I see you say last week Jack McRae said over 30 for 10 or 12 or 100 weeks in a row, whatever?
There was one game against Sydney, he had 25, and every other game he's had 30
Right,
plus.
so he's had 29, but he wasn't as effective.
Tuke Miller last week had it 30 plus for the 15th time in a row.
Yeah, so Jack McRae's done it for the first 15 rounds this year.
Right.
And
Miller has the record.
Equalled him
equalled him last week.
So back up what you're saying, the stoppage work was just non-existent by the Dogs. Nothing wrong. You have young. He's a young player, but they got mauled. And that's why I said to you before the game, this is Lysette's opportunity today to be a very solid contributor. And of course, what do they do in that forward line?
Well, that's the headache. So, Steph Martin comes in and relieves some of the ruck issues.
Not all.
That would allow English to play more forward. But English played more forward tonight because Young took a lot of the ruck, and it did not work.
80% of the time, I reckon. He kicked 2 goals, though.
He did kick 2.
But Norton only kicked the 1.
They never looked really dangerous. No. 6 marks inside forward 50.
Yeah.
So that was the big thing. But that's credit to Port Adelaide's defence as well. Aaliyah was superb.
Yeah.
Tom Jonas was very good. So was Ryan Burton, Al. I thought he was excellent tonight.
You read the tea leaves well, Cameron. Ryan Burton's on the line. What blatant suckholdery, Ryan. Good to have you with us on Grandstand AFL. Thanks for your time. But a fair comment from Cameron Ling.
G'day, guys.
Good to have you with us, mate. Absolute pleasure. Mate, sum up the final frantic moments of that game, if you can, firstly.
It was nice to get in front, and then we had about 4 or 5 minutes to try and hold that lead, and they kept coming, and our defence held up really well, and some huge plays late, which just got us over the line. So, huge effort for the boys.
You trailed by 15 points at the 16-minute mark of the last quarter. What did you think was key to getting you over the line?
I think just keep playing the way that we were playing. We felt like we were on top for a majority of the game, and we just weren't hitting the scoreboard, and they were kicking really straight. So we didn't really change too much. We just kept sticking at it, and we knew the goals would come. So, it was just sticking to that process that we've known all year.
Ryan, well done tonight. Terrific win by the team. You were slow out of the blocks, though, and to Bulldogs' credit, they did come out sharp. That first 10 or 15 minutes, they caught you on the back foot a little bit. Do you think it had anything to do with the day that you've had here and having to just wait around and lie around and sort of lounge around, or were they just really on early and jumped you a little bit?
Yeah, I think they were on early for sure. They came out playing some great footy and they kicked really straight. We went down the other end and missed our chances. So it looked a lot worse on the scoreboard, and I'm not going to put it down to having a fly in, fly out today. We've done it all year and we've won in the past. So I think it was just come down to accuracy for them, and then we just managed to get our game going and get back on top.
You only conceded 6 marks inside forward 50 to the Bulldogs. the group back there now, what's? I mean, clearly the chemistry is very good, but what do you see of each other, and what's the big strength? How do you organise everything so well back there?
Yeah, I think we're just really gelling as a back 6 or 7. We've played a majority of the year together. Only 1 or 2 blokes have really gone in and out, and we're just feeling really comfortable next to each other, and we just know what the other person's going to bring for us. So we've been pretty good all year, and we just keep pumping each other up every game, and just trying to fight as best as we can and get as many wins as we can, I guess.
Ryan, well done, and fantastic year. When you analyse where you are, I think most people coming over here thought that you would probably be maybe hanging on to 4th and perhaps 5th. Now you've got yourself in a great position to have perhaps a home final, depending on the AFL, but it sounds like it. Just on a couple of just issues, Georgiades, all you blokes seem to be very concerned about his injury. I know he's probably only got a mile one, but nonetheless, do you think it's hamstring? Do you think he might miss next week?
I'm not 100% sure. It might be hamstring. I'm not sure on the severity, but we know he's going to recover as best he can and put himself in a spot in a few weeks' time, hopefully.
Yeah. Now, could you just for the listeners, could you just run through your day, time you left Adelaide, what you've done over here, what you're going to do next, and probably what next week looks like?
Yeah, we left at 1:30 from Adelaide, and then once we landed, come straight to Etihad and just had a couple hours just to have a little nap, have a bit of food, and just chill out, and then just start our normal pre-game routine about 6 o'clock. So it was really a normal day besides having to fly for an hour. That's about it.
Yeah, and do you think that might have been... It just looked like the Dogs were just going to run all over you, particularly early, got their nose in front, 3 goals. You guys hadn't really looked like you started the match. Would that contribute to it, the way it was, sort of coming over? It's strange. I know we live in strange times, and I know it's what you have to do, but do you find that sort of upsetting? Or not when I say upsetting, do you think it upsets your plans? Perhaps that's a better way of putting it.
No, I don't think so, because there's been teams that have had to move interstate for months on end. So we've got it pretty good being able to live in Adelaide and then just having to fly for an hour and a half max just to go play some footy. So we're not going to use that as an excuse. As I said before, the Doggies, they've got a bit of a jump on us, but we felt like we were dominating most of that game. And even that first quarter, we just didn't kick straight. So, we'll have a look at that first 5-10 minutes, but we're pretty confident that we played some pretty good footy in that first quarter.
Hey, Ryan, what about your vice-captain in that last quarter? Here's a set of numbers for you. 12 disposals, 8 contested possessions, 6 ground ball gets, 3 clearances, 4 tackles, a goal, and maybe a Brownlow round his neck after that last term. Can you sense when you're out on the ground and it's helter-skelter, it's frenzied, it's high pressure, that a leader in your team, a teammate of yours, is lifting like that?
Oh, he does it every single quarter, every week for us. So it's nothing new now. Round 23, he's been doing it all year. So he's had career best year, and I hope he gets deserved towards the end of the year with some individual accolades. But yeah, we notice when Ollie's firing, and especially felt it in that last quarter.
And we spoke about this in the pre-match there, and we asked Michael Voss about it. There doesn't feel like there's a groundswell of support, or hasn't spoken about publicly here in Melbourne about Adelaide, the campaign for Adelaide Oval to host the grand final, and that it feels like it's almost over the line. If it's not the G, it's going to be in Perth. What are your thoughts on that? And would you now, given that you've got a couple of home finals, sort of get a little bit vocal on that?
Oh, I'd absolutely love the grand final to be in Adelaide Oval, if it's not the G. We've got a fantastic stadium. I'll be biased and say it's the second best stadium in Australia if you take out the G. So, I'd love to have it there, and hopefully the government can push forward, and we'll see how we go.
Ryan, great to chat to you tonight. It was thrilling to watch. Congratulations and all the best for next week. Pretty certain that is going to be at the Adelaide Oval, and that will be a huge qualifying final for you. Well done.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Ryan Burton with us on Grandstand AFL. Port Adelaide 9-12-66, defeated the Western Bulldogs 10-4-64. So a question to Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse. Based on the evidence of recent weeks and the performance tonight, could Port Adelaide win the premiership?
I think all teams in the top 5, let's call it what we've probably been fairly unanimously thought of as the real premiership contenders. That's not to write off a Giants or an Essendon coming from nowhere, and certainly not to disrespect the Sydney Swans as well. So I'd probably, maybe I should say top 6. They've all got holes in the team. They've all got weaknesses. They've all got glaring little deficiencies. You go, yeah, they're good, but... But given that's the case, if they've all got those types of deficiencies, there's no reason why when you watch Port Adelaide...
What about Geelong then? Where's their weakness in, Lingy?
Well, Tom Stewart goes down. All of a sudden, their absolute key to their entire backline goes down.
So he won't be back.
No.
Not with that injury.
He won't be back. Their ruck has always been an issue. So there's reasons... You can mount a case for reasons why Geelong can't win it. Melbourne, it's still their forward line a bit for me. Bailey Fritsch kicked 7 goals last week, outstanding.
But he could kick none this week.
Yeah, exactly. Ben Brown's getting some form, but maybe not.
What about this one, though? If we put the spotlight on a team that's been top 2 for most of the year, with all your experience, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, can the Western Bulldogs win the flag this year, dropping 3 games, heading into a final series? Can they still win it after what we've seen?
I've coached a side that's lost, I think, 3 of the last 4 games. That was in 2002 when we played against a mighty Brisbane side. But there's real differences when I look at this side here, and this is only my take on it.
Yep.
I've mentioned, I think I might have said it here with you, Lingy, I reckon, or you, Kel, the bottom 3 of the 8 are in form. Let's say they stay. Essendon are in form, and they're a running machine. And they've got an unknown product with these kids. You don't how they handle finals might be a bit different, but they are exciting. GWS are starting to believe that they've kept Phil Davis out of the side because they've got kids that are holding up and playing some terrific football. Toby Green will come back in that side and make them even better. And their coach, I run into Leon incidentally a couple of days ago. And quite frankly, I just reckon that he's coaching the pants down at the moment. He has really got his side working the way they've got it. So they're in form. Sydney dropped one a couple of weeks ago, but they're in form. They're hard. They've got a good coach. They're in form. It's very rare that you go the top 8, the bottom 3 that make it. Now let's assume they make it because they've got to win. Both sides win this weekend. They make it. God help the side that finishes 5th. Because they could well be, and one of those sides, Sydney, or let's say the latter side the same, Sydney or Gold Coast are out. Sorry, Sydney and Greater Western Sydney are out in the first week. So one of those form sides is already out. But there's a strong possibility in my mind that teams in the top 4 will go out in straight sets.
Yep.
Now, I don't know which one it'll be but all of a sudden now Brisbane, and we've found holes in the Brisbane side, Lingy.
But I think there's enough holes in all the sides.
Yeah, so it's on the day, isn't it?
Are the Bulldogs more likely to go out in straight sets or more likely to make a grand final?
I reckon they'll be out in the first final.
Yep.
Steph Martin comes back in though, Mick. It's a different team. It's just different the way they can sustain.
Still got to score. They're not scoring.
Yeah, I agree. It's a big hole, and I get that their backline could be as well. But Keith comes back in. I just think in a season where every genuine contender has holes, that Western Bulldogs midfield can get going, can churn enough ball inside forward 50. Norton starts marking a few. They scrounge a few. I still think they can be a threat.
So I look at
midfield
sides,
is so good.
So I look at sides here that have a genuine tagger. Because you're coming up against the best. The best 8 sides are going to be there by Sunday night. And we're assuming that it's not going to change that 8 at the moment.
Yep.
Then you have a look at Mitch Hahn, who that's him, is it?
Hannon.
Well, the jobs that these blokes are going to be able to do at either end of the ground, either a tagging forward or a tagging mid or a back that's going to take one of their key forwards out, is going to be absolutely gold in this thing because you're saying they've got holes. So when sides have got holes, then you automatically go to the product. Whereas if they've got a really good football side, let's say Richmond, it was pretty hard that you knock over Martin, up comes Presti, up comes Cochin, Nankervis dominate the ruck, or Jack Rear will jump up and kick a goal. You're right, because all of a sudden with the holes, you're not having to focus that much on particular right across the board. You need to know 1 or 2 players tonight's game produced 19 goals. You know, we're perfect conditions, and there's two of the better sides in the competition kicked 19 goals. We can't say they kicked, well, there's 12 points by Port, but only 4 by the Dogs. So there wasn't a lot of other opportunities. So I reckon you're spot on. Who knows where this is going to end up?
So if you're Luke Beveridge, Mick, how do you address this week? I mean, it's clearly the elephant in the room, the fact that they've lost these 3. So they lost to Essendon by 13. Halfway through the third quarter in Launceston last week, they were ahead of the Hawks, led by about 11, looked in control of the game, and they were on top of the AFL ladder. They've been first or second on the ladder from round 3 to round 21. So halfway through the third quarter, they looked like they were going to claim their first ever minor premiership, and they conceded the last 6 goals, and then this here tonight. So they've lost to Essendon by 13, Hawthorn by 12, and Port Adelaide by 2.
I think this week's review build up to this game would have been stinging, would have been some real honest whacks to the group.
So where do you go now?
Yeah, no, I think out of this one, you don't need to beat them up anymore. They'll be beating themselves up for what they've done tonight. What they know it and they feel it. It's about rebuilding the confidence, the belief, the trust, the excitement, and just almost trying to regenerate. And initially it might feel like a bit of false excitement and enthusiasm for it, but eventually if it can catch fire a little bit, I think building them back up is the way to go now. What do you do well? What is it that you do? What do we do as a group really well? We are great in the midfield. Bont, go for it. Take the game on. Jack McRae, find the footy. Use the footy. Libber, get in there. Get your knees dirty. We're going to play you inside stop. We're not going to start you at half forward like we did last Friday night against Port Adelaide. We're going to start you in the middle of the ground and you go to work. They try and tag you, you smash them. That's sort of really positive. What do you do well in a big game that's going to make us a really good team?
But if you concede the last 3 goals tonight and the last 6 against Hawthorn last week, is that mental? Is that belief? Is that what is that telling us? Because they can't hold their nerve and close out games.
No, I think it's just lack of manpower. When the crunch comes, when you've got the football and you look up and you've kicked it in, and if Norton's covered, Bruce is not marking it. They've got little to no ground cover. Waitman gets a lot of football from here, and I think he's got to do that because he's too the lighter the players, unless they're a Cameron or these sort of players, they've got to be played away from where all the traffic is, where they can't use their strength. Which is their running. So they lack a Wallace. They lack someone who's going to be that hard when that ball hits the deck, because that ball went in and came straight out again. It was coming so quick. Can I just throw another spanner in here? If Port play next Friday, they're going to be playing. I'm assuming here, Melbourne or Geelong, who will be one full day behind them and probably travelling on the day. Would that be right, or would they be able to get? Because when you
that would be right.
When you look at Melbourne and Geelong, they've been. Really, they've probably been the form sides. Outside of the Dogs for about, as you said, 8 weeks there, and they've dropped right off. One of those sides, it's almost like there's no well, I don't think there's any fairness in football anyway, because we only play 22 games when there's 18 teams, or 16 teams. But whatever it is, we've got to. One of those sides is going to be compromised.
Yeah, but we're compromised anyway.
I know what I'm saying.
The Swans and the Giants haven't slept in their own bed for 8
But
weeks.
no, won't we be picking up the entire top 8 and taking them interstate? Will they still be flying in on the day, or do you reckon
in and out? Definitely.
Oh, definitely fly in and out. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
not
here,
not establishing them somewhere.
No.
Not the way they are.
And the much-loved Sunday afternoon final might make its return in the first week as well. So that's another thing for the fixturers to consider.
It definitely won't be a Thursday night game.
No, definitely.
Well, when you look at, say, Port, let's say they play Melbourne. So you're right. So
so 2v3. So
that's right.
Yep.
So Melbourne will have to fly in. So therefore, Geelong would want to be playing next Saturday night to whoever finishes on top should get an advantage.
Extra day, right?
Or not so much even an advantage, at least not be disadvantaged. And the best advantage they can have is have a 7-day break. So they've got to go next Saturday night.
Yep.
One of them, Melbourne or Geelong. Port will play one of those who's going to be totally compromised, I reckon, because they're going to fly in. They're going to be 1 day short, and they're going to go and hit Port at Port.
Do you know what? Do you know what the AFL's priority is? Is
Get games.
to get a game.
Yeah, of course.
So they'd be going. You know what?
I'm not even worried about it. You asked the question. I still think that the three bottom of the sides of the 8 are at the moment the form sides, and one of them will be out in the first week because they'll play each other.
It's a great point.
It's beautifully set up, and we got a lovely teaser for what's to come tonight with such a thrilling finish here at Docklands. Port Adelaide 9-12-66, the Bulldogs 10-4-64. Cameron Ling, the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Well, I've gone all Port Adelaide here. One vote to Mr. Clutch, just Mr. Last Quarter, Mr. Just Freak. Robbie Gray, 25 disposals, 2 goals, massive created, and obviously kicked a massive goal in that last quarter as well. 2 votes to Ollie Wines. I don't think you'll get the 3, Cal. I'm going to 2 votes. He was massive, 34 disposals, 1 goal. That brilliant goal in the last quarter. But 3 votes to the man, I think, just from start of the game to the end of the game, ran and drove them forward so many times. 31 disposals, kicked 2 goals, 3 himself from the middle of the ground and high half forward. Travis Boak, the ageless wonder, gets
he
the
from,
3 votes.
Travis Boak?
Torquay.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Well, where are you from?
Geelong Falcons boy, Al. He gets the nod over Ollie Wines.
Looking after his surfing mates.
Doesn't that tell you a lot about the game, though? Look, if you've got the 3 blokes who were either in the middle or had some control of it, and we can't find... The Dogs went down by 2 points, and we can't find a dog in the top 3, and that's spot on too.
I can't wait for Brownlow night, just before midnight, round 23, and you'll go 3 votes, Ollie Wines. And we'll know he's looked after his surfer mate.
Imagine if Orazio Fantasia played well. It could be the Fantasia with the big delay. Now, just very quickly, we've only got a minute before we're off air. Who do you think will win tomorrow night in what is the potential for Melbourne to win a first minor premiership since 1964?
Down
Melbourne or Geelong?
Down there, Geelong.
Geelong?
Geelong. And that's not obviously I've got a Geelong hat on, but I think they will win down there. They're better suited to that ground. It'll be interesting when they play on a more expansive ground.
That's going to be an interesting night. There's a lot there for Melbourne tomorrow. A piece of history, as much as winning that long-awaited premiership is more important. The minor premiership says a bit about what they've done and the way they've performed this season. On the lead on ABC Grandstand AFL tomorrow with myself, Lingy, and Adam Ramanauskas, Alicia Muling with all the latest footy news. But Simon Goodwin, the coach of the Demons, will be our special guest tomorrow. We'll have all the reactions from this clash as well. Mick Malthouse will be with Clint Wheeldon and the team for Sports Talk for listeners in WA. So enjoy the build-up to the footy, and then a huge match. No bearing on the finals, but what a match, what an occasion it's going to be at the MCG tomorrow